Hey, Yellow.
I hear you, buddy.
What's up? You a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I was at the American Comeback Tour. Of course, I'm a Trump supporter. I didn't see you there.
Yeah, I was there.
No, you weren't. You didn't debate Charlie Kirk. Your friend did, though, and he got cooked.
You got cooked. Which one?
Yeah, simple black theory. That guy who debated Charlie got really emotional, got cooked,
Okay.
started having a manic episode. Have you seen the video?
No.
You just see it, bro. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, are you do you want to debate or are you here to
I would
gossip?
like to debate. I'm just saying, like, why weren't you there
I
debating Charlie Kirk?
I was there, and they pushed us around to like a line around the side of the guardrails, and like we were kind of like back into the right of the stage, and then they told us that they wouldn't allow us to debate if we didn't have a student ID.
So you wanted to debate him? Did you want to do that?
Sure.
All right. Well, I'm just saying, man. You're from Texas. You should have debated him, but it's fine. We can talk right now. What kind of questions you got for me?
Yeah, what do you think about Trump's tariffs?
Trump's tariffs. I haven't really like made an opinion about that. I'm more so concerned with his social things and what he's doing for the community as a whole. When it comes to his tariffs, I've seen a lot of arguments about whether they're good or not. I haven't really come to a conclusive conclusion though.
Hmm. So you admit they're bad.
Well, some say that they create more American jobs. Some say that they make prices or they cause inflation. Um, so I don't know. It
Can you
seems
are you
terrible.
the one that keep dude, you need to take a drink of water right now.
What do you mean?
You're the one you take a drink of water right now.
I'm not dehydrated. I'm good.
You just I hear like mouth noises, bro, and it's killing me.
Mouth noises.
Yes.
Is there something wrong with your headset?
No, it's you just have cotton mouth or something, dude.
Cotton mouth.
Yeah.
No, I feel like I don't. I feel like my words are rolling off my tongue really good here. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I have misophonia. We all hear it, dude. Mic is
Mis-
low. Chat.
Misophonia.
Yeah.
The fuck's that?
Like eating noises fuck with me, bro. And
I'm not
you're
eating anything.
yeah, I know, but you're bro.
You're saying I'm smacking.
Yeah.
I'm not eating. That's making. I'm not eating anything.
You do something you're like anyway,
I think you
that's
just
what you're
have
doing.
hypersensitive ears, dude. I think you're just hearing my tongue.
No.
I swear I'm not fucking with you. I'm not doing anything. I'm just chilling.
Just take yourself a little sip of water, bro. Just do me solid.
You want me to take a sip of water right now?
Yeah, just a little tiny sip.
Will that make you happy if I do that?
Yeah.
All right, but afterwards I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear any complaining and whining. All right.
All right. Guys, is my microphone low for everybody? Test, 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 test.
You
No, it's
happy,
fine.
Mister? Are you happy, Mister? Is that good?
I think that'll do. That'll suffice.
All right. Any other questions? I already answered the tariff one. Any other ones for me?
No, let's talk about like this is eating through our economy. So like how have you not?
Eating.
Yeah, we're about to be next month, I believe, is when we'll start seeing shelves dry up. People won't be importing from China, and if they are, they're importing a fraction of what they were. There's multiple companies who have like a huge order of items of imports from China just sitting on ships outside of our docks, and they can't bring them to shore because of the tariffs in place. Like a company, for instance, that would usually pay 30 grand a month in tariffs are paying something like 140 grand a month this month, and they can't
Dude,
pay it.
whatever.
So they're sitting out there on ships collecting fees. even after you pay all of those fees, you still have to pay the tariff.
Dude, whatever you disagree with them economically, right? And I gotta mention this because Charlie Cook said something about this. The whole DEI thing, the whole woke thing, the whole fucking infinite genders thing, the whole woman in male bathrooms thing, that whole thing. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's illusion. There's no logic behind that.
This
So you
is
can
those are
disagree
all
with them.
non-issues. Those are all non-issues.
What do you mean?
So
You mean that's not important?
like what is a woman, the people in like certain bathrooms, people playing sports. We're talking about a collective like fucking 10 people in college sports, by the way. We're talking about literally a thing that we can argue, but it's a social construct, the word woman, that is a thing we all agree on, and that we change. It changes depending on where you are on Earth and what time period you're talking about. All of these things are things we made up, constructs. These are dumb social war issues that are getting you guys to vote against your own interests and for Trump to fuck up the economy and run for a third term for president, mind you. These are not real issues.
It's seriously
the
a
principle.
If we allowed delusion like that, imagine what would happen next. You're arguing about the fucking
Guys,
economy
we've been dealing
right
with
now?
Christianity for millennia,
Huh,
and you
you're-
think that this is the top issue, that if we get out of hand with this stuff, it's going to cause problems? You guys have brought so much worse with Christianity.
You guys always argue about how stupid us Americans are and how our education system is failing us, but you're allowing shit like woke idealism or DEI or having infinite genders into the fucking school system. You're allowing that to happen, and you're the one complaining that we have a bad education system. Like, come on.
It's red
Spare
states.
me.
Red states vehemently do have worse educational scores than blue states, and blue states do have to fund, or we used to fund red states' education. Now they're about to be even worse, and they're going to make more people like you who think this is the top priority for America, rather than having like a coherent and efficient economy. The economy is about to be destroyed. Small businesses, medium businesses alike are going to be fucking destroyed, all because Charlie Kirk made you care about what a woman is more than us.
You don't care about what a woman is, do you?
I
Listen.
literally, we're being gaslit into defending this and to figure out how to argue it. And yes, it hasn't made its way through the courts because it's a social issue, my friend.
Dude, whatever you say about the red states and how stupid they are and how much Democrat states are smarter than us, right? If you can't tell me how many genders there are or what a woman is, I'm not gonna say
Genders are
I'm dumber than you are.
genders are a social construct. That is not the same thing. Of course, that's one way to muddy the waters and pretend like all of everything I say it has no meaning or weight. But yeah, if that's how high you hold that argument, I feel sorry for you. That is not going to save you. That's not going to save your dad's business. It's not going to save the economy. It's not going to stop you from paying an insane amount of tariff taxes. It's not going to make your fucking red state solvent again. That's not going to help you. You can't demonize us for being inclusive and trying to love our neighbors. You can't do that.
Yeah, I don't like this whole undermining and social issues thing. I think they're really important. I don't like all of that shit.
You can't
like,
let
undermining
you
these
guys.
things.
We can't, no matter how hard we try, we can't convince you to understand what a social construct is. You guys are so lost.
Because it's a social construct, it doesn't matter at all, does it? Because it's a social
I'm
construct.
not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying it's malleable.
So it can change then. It can change. We can
Yes.
change facts.
What do you mean
At one
change
point-
facts?
At one point in time, the definition of a woman and how many genders there were was an objective fact that couldn't be changed.
It's not true.
But now, because of the woke agenda, it can be whatever the, fuck you say it is.
agenda. Who wrote this agenda down?
Who wrote this down?
Yeah.
The radical left. That's
Yeah.
what woke is. Wokeism is the radical left progressive
it.
agenda.
Got it. The radical left, we're coming around and telling everybody to be confused about what a
Stop.
woman is.
Stop doing the whole mocking thing, dude. You wanted to talk about terrorism, I'm talking about the social issues, and you're undermining it like it's nothing. I
It
think
is
they're both
nothing. It's nothing. Okay, let me
nothing.
ask you something. Are words are definitions descriptive or prescriptives?
They're descriptive, buddy. They're
Okay.
descriptive.
So like if I told you to chill, what does the word chill mean right there?
You tell me to relax.
You're so woke. You're disgusting. You're going to rot our society inside out. Chill means cold, and that is a fact. You see what I'm doing there? You see how fucking stupid you sound?
I see what you're doing. I don't see how that applies to what I said.
It
though.
exactly does apply to what I said.
Okay,
The
how- right,
colloquial
you-
meaning of what a woman is changes throughout
All right. Well,
society, throughout time, depending on where you are, words can change.
that's not what we're. All right, sir, it can change, but you're not giving me an answer at all. Let me ask you this: how many genders are there? Could you give me an answer to that?
No,
Like,
I don't
imagine
know. I
now.
don't know. I don't care. I don't know.
Fuck me, dude. You
How
don't
many
know that.
colors are there? How many colors are there?
I don't fucking know either, dude. But
Okay,
that's
yeah.
not what
Then
we're
shut
talking
the
about.
fuck up. What does this matter to you?
It matters because if you can't answer a basic question like
How
that,
many genders are there? You tell me.
there's two. What do you
Okay,
mean?
what
There's
about
two.
intersex people?
That's not a gender.
Wait, what gender are intersex people then?
Isn't it a mix of two of the two genders I just told you, man
Then
and
that
woman?
would that be a third gender then, bud?
That's not. Well, how is it a third gender? It's a mix of
If
the two.
I don't know, it depends, right?
Is light skin a different race?
No, dude, I don't. I think that is a
No.
race is
When
a
you
social
ask,
construct, by the way, too.
well, when you say like, oh, how many? Name all the races. You say black, white. You don't say light skin. It's a combination of black
Races are
and white.
made up. How many races are there, bro?
There's black, white, Pacific Islander, Asian. I think there's 4.
Oh my god.
And could you answer that
Oh
honestly?
my god. There's only
There's
4.
more than that.
Oh my god, bro.
Well, there's also ethnicities, but that's
Okay,
not race.
so like we can go through this whole rabbit hole now. All right, I ask you what is a woman? You're gonna say either someone with large gametes or X chromosomes, and they say, okay, well, what about people with XXY chromosomes? What about people with Schuyler syndrome? What about all of these other abnormal or these rare occurrences that are obviously going to break the rule for what you call a female or a woman? And then you're going to say, and you're going to cope, and you're going to say, oh, this is not a real thing. There's so few of them, it doesn't matter. And then I say, well, we still need to include them because that's a thing. And then you go, and you go hug Charlie Kirk and watch more videos to try to learn how to make us look stupid when we make you guys look stupid in every other topic all day, every day.
Dude, you make such a simple fucking concept so complicated. That's why you guys lost the vote, because nobody likes that
That's
shit.
why y'all
when
lost.
You make something so
blah,
simple,
blah, blah, blah.
when
I
you make
mean, I
something
know
so
that
simple, so
nuance,
complicated. Like,
difficult
you know
things
how
are hard for dumb people. I get it.
But the only reason you change the definition so much and make it malleable for yourself is so it can fit your agenda to conform to these people wanting to be men or women. That's the only reason. Like, before you didn't think that. That's why nobody likes fucking liberals. That's why you guys
Nobody
lost
likes
the vote.
liberals
You
because
make
we
it so
lost
complicated.
because of the woman thing.
Such
Literally
a
nobody
simple
talks about this
concept.
besides y'all. Literally nobody else talks about it. You guys
Imagine
have
if I
found a
changed-
minority group to attack to get votes. That's it.
We're not attacking anyone, dude. What do you mean?
Who are we're talking about then?
I'm not attacking them. I'm just saying that's not what they are.
No, you
Dude,
guys
imagine if I made 1 + 1 complicated to you. Would you say like, oh, this guy is smart, or would you say I'm a smart ass? If I told you 1 + 1 isn't actually 2, it's just what you
we're
think
talking
it
about
is, and I
a
go
thing
off
that
bullshit.
okay, no, we're
Would you
talking
say
about a thing
that's
that is
okay?
a social construct though. One plus one is mathematics, it's arithmetics, it is almost unchanging. What we're talking about is like, hey,
isn't unchanging,
what
dude.
is right and wrong? What is a manly thing to wear? And you would go a tight shirt, you know, you would have a beard, yada yada yada. And then if you went back in time, to the founding fathers of this country, the manliest of men would wear a white wig, white powdered makeup, and high heels. You see how that's different?
Did they say that there's more than 2 genders and that they're women? Did they say that?
Yes. In other periods of time, yes. Things like Judaism, Jewish people believe that there's like 6 or 8 genders. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that because I'm not Jewish. But hold on, dude. Imagine this, right? Imagine AI becomes sentient, then we're gonna change the fucking definition of human to include AI. Could you imagine how stupid that
I'm
would
sure
be?
I would easily keep up.
That's how I feel right now with this bullshit you're telling me, dude. Like, oh, a transgender person can be whatever gender they say they are. Oh, we're gonna change the definition of human to fit AI because we like this fucking we feel so sad for them, and
I
it's
know,
gonna be like
dude,
Detroit Become Human.
you're-
Have you played that game, Detroit Become Human? Have you played that? Have you played that game?
Yes, things change all the time.
Yeah.
We don't cry about it. We don't run elections on it. Hi, Lainey.
It's stupid, dude. It's a stupid concept.
I think we gotta go all the way back. Oh dang, where'd he go?
I had to kick him, by the way. Melanie, thank you so much for the $40. But Lainey, please tell me what you want to say.
we got to go all the way back. Woman used to mean wife of man, and it has to be the OG definition or nothing, right? So all women, you're not women until you get married, and that's why you need to get married super early, like around 12, 14. This is the conservative way.
I hate it.
Ridiculous bullshit.
Chat,
Kiddo.
how does this sound? Does my mic sound better now?
It sounds good to me. Kiddo, you have fallen for mass hysteria.
That's better. Okay, good.
You were given a folk devil and you just gobbled up the propaganda. Trans people weren't demanding shit. They were just living their lives. Y'all were the ones that got obsessed with us. You've been obsessed in multiple ways. Red states, their Cornhub search history. Yikes on bikes.
Oof. What's up, Andrew?
Hey there. Well, first of all, Lanny, big fan. I'm always watching your stream. It's always
thanks.
fantastic. I always just ask them pickles to define a phone because up until 20 years ago, the definition of a phone was way different than it is now. We didn't hold it in our friggin' pockets, and the idea that the definitions of words are stagnant is just ridiculous. And we can easily use that, especially these younger guys, these Gen Z boys. They just have no idea that a phone, that a cell phone is a new version of a phone, and what a telephone used to be in the 80s is very different. And so I like that example. I was coming up to share it, but I don't have to stick around long.
I love that. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember that. I had used that at one time and then forgot about it at some point down the road, but it is a pretty handy one.
I wonder, maybe I got it from you, Laney. I probably
It's
did.
possible.
Yeah.
But I got it from someone else, so
Right.
it all gets passed down. It's like, yeah, that's actually a really good analogy.
All right. Well, thank
All right,
y'all.
love
Thank
y'all,
y'all for
and
coming
keep
out.
Yeah,
listening.
you can eat me. Thank you.
All right. Yeetus. Much love, guys. What's up, chappies? Hello? Chappis? Are you there? I guess he left. Guys, I'm going to turn on the YouTube call-in number. If you guys want to start calling in, I'm going to turn that on in just a second. There it is. All right, guys. The number is turned on. If you guys want to call in, you're welcome to do so. Oh, just kidding. Hold on now. Yellow?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm not. I voted for Kamala Harris. But one thing, just real quick, that I would love to share about that whole topic of, just the issue with, the whole trans community is that I think a really good analogy I've heard is parents who are adoptive parents. And I got this from, the user ContraPoints. She was like, just like trans women are a perfectly valid type of woman, adoptive parents are a perfectly valid type of parent. And you would never go up to a parent who adopted their kids and be like, well, your kids aren't biological, so you're not a real parent. So I just thought that was a really good example. Good analogy.
I like that. Okay.
Right?
Appreciate you. Thanks, Theater Geek.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. All right. The phone number's turned back on, guys. Phil, thank you, guy. Like that guy was saying, words change or over time or have different meanings, etc. Cool start off as a temp, then became a popular term. Yeah, cool start off as a temperature, then became a topic. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, if you can't keep up with words, then I don't know what to tell you, man. I was walking down the street the other day. I have Akatsuki Crocs from Naruto, and someone said, "Yo, bro, those are tough." And I didn't go, "You know what? You guys are insane." Tough used to mean that things were durable, and now it's cool. You guys are insane. Yellow, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah,
How old are you?
I am 15.
All right, guys, you have to be 18 or older. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello. Hey, yes, this is Hayes. I'm a former Ranger. I just have a question for you.
Okay.
So, what is your fundamental policy for being against Trump? Like, would you say the tariffs he's done is bad, or?
The tariffs are completely incoherent and are going to hurt our economy if kept for long. Yeah, I think it was poorly implemented. I mean, even he agrees with me because he's put them up and then taken them down and put them back up and taken them down, and he's pissed off the whole world in the process. Nobody wants to make a trade deal with us because we have proven to them that we don't honor trade deals anymore.
Okay, so, and here's another question. Is there any evidence that supports that he may be doing that to bring businesses back to America?
It's a really shitty way of doing it, but sure.
I feel like that was. No one's perfect, we got to come to like there. I'm not primarily a Trump supporter. I do like what he's done for the vets, although I do think he has done a pretty crappy couple of things these last couple of days, with leaving. Where did that happen? Excuse me, Lithuania.
Lithuania?
Yes, sir. 4 vets got killed in an accident,
Yeah,
and he went out
didn't see
there
them
and instead
home.
of
He didn't receive them.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, and he
that
he
does
was
suck, but he did that all his whole last term. He I think he like received soldiers like once or twice, and then the whole term he didn't do it. So that
I
shouldn't shock
definitely have
you.
to look into that. What kind of news outlet do you get most of your information from, or do you do your own backform research?
I poke around on Reuters, AP, Washington Post, New York Times is really good. I also have a thing called Deep News, and it scours Twitter to look at what most of MAGA's talking about, so I know what to expect in their arguments.
Okay, so aren't those reporters major news outlets that have been called out in Trump in the past as biased news outlets?
Yeah, every news outlet has some sort of bias or leaning, and there's a thing called a media bias checker, and you can plug them into that. And I have a Discord that we field those things. So as people send us sources, we field them through media bias checkers. But like, it doesn't mean that 100% of all of these news resources are just saying straight lies, and that Trump is the only person we can trust. Because otherwise, you would have to believe things such as tariffs are paid by the exporting country, or that magnets go poof in water, or that there were airplanes in the Revolutionary War, or something insane like that, or that we should nuke hurricanes, or that the late great Hannibal Lecter endorses him, which he said in every election rally in his last campaign. Like, I actually
Okay.
trust news sources way more than him. Yeah.
Okay, and then are you fundamentally leftist, or are you fundamentally conservative?
My parents were all conservative. I grew up and lived in Dallas. I'm not a
Okay.
conservative. I think it's incoherent to be conservative.
Okay, I understand your viewpoint. Yeah, I normally get my my news. And I'm not talking about political news here, but most of my news I do get is from podcasts like Black Rifle Coffee Company's podcasts with
It's heavily
Matt and all
conservative.
those guys.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I do that more of a source of, because while they do report political stuff that they, you know, obviously they have a very huge bias against it, but I do actually like their news for police and law enforcement news and, you know, stuff related to that. They report pretty accurately to that. You know, I've been a witness to that. So, but no, political wise, I do my own research. I use you know, statistics placed by the bureaucracy of accurate statistics. I'm not sure. I think it's bst.gov, something like that. But I use statistics based off there, and that's where I base most of my research from. I'm a very statistical person, whereas these recent changes have been hit by the headlines. I just urge people out there to go search, you know, local mom and pop news radios and listen to what they have to say as well, because sometimes their takes are completely different than what's shown to these major outlets.
Okay, I don't know. We can jerk each other off all day about what news is better. For the most part, most news, like major news stations, I believe, have a reputation and like an incentive to report somewhat accurate news with some sort of framing, whether they frame it a little bit to the left or the right. It doesn't bother me. I can interpret the news however it's written. Even Fox
Right,
News,
and
far
that is your
right.
right. That
Newsmax,
is your right.
pretty much far right. And they still report some news. And you can probably, if you have nuance, if you've been reading the news for a while, you can just see, okay, they said this, but what that means is actually that. I get that. But when it comes to Trump and talking about the fake news, what he's doing is an old thing that Hitler did called Lügenpresse. He's trained everybody to disbelieve the news and all of the mean articles that they write against him because they're liars and they're real bad and they're illegal news outlets now. In fact, if you ask Trump, and they're not allowed to be in the Oval Office if you say bad things about Trump, if you criticize the sitting president, which is honestly all like what the First Amendment's all about. If we can't criticize our own government, we're just kind of fucking cooked. If you can't do that, then what's our chance of being able to have a revolution when things go south?
Okay, and see, I get your viewpoint on that, but I disagree on that a little bit, just because I've been in certain situations that you may not have, so I'll consider that a perspective for a career rather than argumentative, so I won't bring that up. But, you know, on record, there is a ton of news outlets that were overlapped, and they seem to be reporting, you know, the same stories verbatim. What do you have to say about that? Because that could challenge your whole source from the get-go. And I'm not here to change your mind at all. I'm just here to, you know, give a logical representation of the news. And the logical representation is, you know, they're lined up and they seem repetitive. They seem copycat almost.
I
And
read a lot of
that's
my news,
evident.
and none of them. I mean, like it's almost impossible to find articles that say the same thing these days. Maybe some news reporters back in the day, maybe had some scripted stuff going on, but a lot of the stuff that you read, it's like I'll even show clips of things Trump's saying, and people are still in disbelief.
Okay.
They're so mesmerized by the fake news thing that it's almost impossible to tell them that they've been fooled for the last 8 years.
I see. And I do have one more question before I do go, because time's running up. I got some stuff I got to take care of. But, you know, what do you think about college?
I think without college, we
And
wouldn't
this
have
is
doctors, we wouldn't have nurses, we wouldn't have engineers, we wouldn't have a lot of things. We wouldn't have a lot of critical thinkers. We wouldn't have people that
okay.
that find out how to find a standard of your own for what's socially correct, what's politically correct, and I think that it allows you to break the like the mold and break free, usually, hopefully, of maybe some indoctrination that you had growing up or something. Like when I went to college for like a year, and I felt this like immense sense of freedom. And before then, my family, extremely conservative, all of them Christian. I broke out of that, and I was like, okay, this is kind of weird. Like everybody else seems really cool and happy, and some of these people aren't Christian. some of these people seem like even better people than me, and they're not Christian. Like, I think that it does a lot of things to us socially, and it also shows that Charlie Kirk has gone around the nation trying to indoctrinate kids and teach them that college is bad, because if you graduate college, you actually are more likely to be liberal.
Right. Well, because the education system was set up more and more of a liberal teaching. It's not really. They
There's
don't
nothing
teach
real
any
liberal
conservative
about like
fundamentals because
science and
that's
math
not.
and
Hold
engineering. There's
on.
nothing liberal about those
There's
things.
nothing. It is because the education system definitely teaches a more liberal portrayal. I can back this up by personal experience. Whenever I live in a very conservative state, I live in Mississippi. I was born and raised here. My family is very Christian. That's my little background. Whenever I got out of the military, I actually sent in my GI Bill and my application in Mississippi State University. I got accepted. I went to school there for 3 months, and during those 3 months, I was instilled more liberal ideology than any other time of my life. And I'm just gonna state that on the record. Universities, they do have liberal teachings because the teachers are primarily liberal.
Can you tell me
We
like a
should
thing that
probably
they tried
look
to
at.
teach you that was liberal?
Well, first they tried to justify communism, and there's no justification
What?
for communism. Karl Marx is definitely wrong.
They might teach you communism,
in
but I don't think
theory,
they teach you to like communism.
no, they definitely influence communism, 100,000%,
No, they don't.
1,000%.
No, they don't.
See, communism is taught on a basic level of a 7th grader. For you to say 3 months in college, they're just not teaching communism is pretty insulting, actually. I think that's going off a justification of where I live and not my actual IQ. But no, they definitely taught the
Can you tell me what
ideology
communism is?
of communism and stood up for it. Well, communism is the ideology of sharing wealth.
Of
And
what?
while it's great in ideology, the sharing wealth is called excuse me right here. I'm trying to look up my notes.
I'm a capitalist. And if you're a liberal
Oh yeah,
coming
we
out of
all
college,
are.
you're a capitalist.
We all are.
All
We all are
liberals,
by
all
definition,
liberals
yes.
are capitalists. So if you come out of college with pro-communist ideas, that means you're a leftist, not a liberal, and that's not very many people.
Well, Mississippi State, it's Mississippi University. It's in Mississippi, which is one of the most conservative states out there, except for our capital, Jackson, Mississippi. So to see that so close to home, where it's definitely not a common ideology, is pretty crazy, And Utah University, they do it as well. Jackson State University,
They
which I'm not
do
surprised
what?
here because that government's considered corrupt, but
They
they
do
do
what?
teach liberal ideology.
Okay. If
I
I
mean,
go to school
I
as
just
a
want to rip that.
doctor, what liberal ideas would they teach me other than science and medicine?
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant because it's based on classes. I'm not saying college as an entirety is wrong, but I'm stating that going to college, obtaining a arts degree or obtaining some sort of degree that requires those type of classes, teaching that is wrong. And
Teaching, I don't think anybody can teach you to like communism. And that it's a good thing. In fact, I don't think there's anything in higher education that says
Okay, I'm
you're.
gonna ask you this.
Hold on. There's
I'm
nothing
gonna
about
ask you
higher.
this.
There's
Does
nothing
your
inherent.
upbringing?
There's nothing inherent about
Does your
college education
upbringing?
that makes people teach a certain way. There's no board of people.
Okay.
There's no secret community of people that say, hey, we're secretly going to teach communism and people to like communism in college. That is fucking dumb. That is not a thing.
No, that's definitely a thing that actually happens.
That's a thing. There's a secret
and that's
coalition of people doing
common
that.
reason as to why the people. That's the common reason as to why people who graduate often switch to being a liberal from a conservative home. But do you think that how you were raised? This is a nature versus nurture argument. Do you think how you were raised has anything to do with the outcome of you as a projected individual? And I'm about to relate this to college in a second. Just bear with me.
Sure.
Okay, so your projective outcome of your projective outcome of how you're raised does change how you are as a person. So, for example, for me, conservative, high school, straight into the military, attended RASP, graduated, all that fun stuff, and went on to deploy, came back home, I say medically outed, but it's medical retirement, or med boarded. That is how my life was projected as a conservative, was because I was brought up in conservative ideology. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with being a liberal. Like, it's your right to be whatever you want to be. But if you're being taught at a young, impressionable age liberal ideology, then that does change where you end up in life.
Okay,
And I'm not saying you
again,
can't. I'm not saying
liberals
you can't
liberals are
instill
not
political
communists.
values in your
Liberals
kids.
are capitalists.
Oh
So
no, no, no. I'm not saying liberals are communists. I'm saying that they are teaching ideologies that align to that. And a lot of liberals who claim their belief system is a liberal belief system claim to be communist and claim that the ideas
it's not
of
true.
Marx was accurate.
No,
Any
communists are
video you look
communists.
up online,
Liberals are
any video you
liberals.
look up online, you can find a plethora of liberals in that ideology.
No,
That's
liberals are
not something I just
liberals.
pulled out of my asshole.
Communists are
That's accurate.
communists, right? Like, just like I can't call you a
Correct.
Nazi, Nazis are all right-leaning. That doesn't make you a
Right,
Nazi,
just like
right?
how you can't call Trump a Nazi.
Well, Trump does do a lot of things consistent with fascism and Nazi Germany.
Well, does he murder Jews in mass?
No, that's not all that's not how Hitler came to power, right?
No, that's what he did in power, and he's sitting president. So does he murder Jews in mass?
We're 90 days in, and he is sending people to concentration camps without due process. Is that close enough?
Concentration camps as in prison?
Yeah.
You mean convicts who break the law?
No, they were
who
not.
were getting
they
out?
They
Who
were
were
not.
getting out due to corrupt judges?
75% of them were
Or are
not
you talking
convicted
about
of any
illegal
crimes.
aliens being deported back to their country?
75% of them were not convicted of any crimes, and there's a difference between just deporting them and
where do
sending
you
them
get
to
your
one of the
statistic?
world's worst jails or prisons.
Where do you get your statistic?
This was breaking news. Did you not know that 75% of them were not
No,
convicted?
I don't care about it being breaking news. Where did you get your statistic?
Okay.
Is it found based through a government study, or is it found based through potentially?
Are you
And you have to acknowledge that
getting ready
it
to
is
cope?
potentially corrupt media.
Are you getting it?
Cope?
You're...
I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I just want to share my opinion, and I want to challenge yours.
I know you're ready to cope
As
with
you,
this.
you invited me to this. You did invite me to this. I
Okay.
didn't go into your
Most
chat
migrants sent to
unwillingly.
MAGA prison have had no apparent criminal record. This is from Axios. Do you trust Axios?
Can you tell me what the last three after the last is? Domain, excuse me. I'm not sure the actual language. I'm not the most educated. I only have a high school diploma, so
I do
bear
too.
with me.
So 3/4 of the Venezuelan migrants flown from Texas to the notorious maximum security prison in El Salvador 3 weeks ago had no apparent criminal record. A CBS 60 Minutes news report out Sunday found. So the lack of evidence of a criminal record is
60 minutes.
consistent with many other immigrant removals under the Trump administration and poses serious questions over deportations to El Salvador, as a judge ordered at least one man returned. So why is the Supreme Court forcing Trump to bring this man back? Do you know?
I don't think the Supreme Court is doing that, I don't think the Supreme Court has as much.
The 9-0 ruling say that
opinion.
he's being forced to facilitate the return?
I'm not sure. Oh, okay. I got lost in your question. My fault. I misunderstood you. Okay. I see what you're saying. Let me ask this. Can you pull up it's called Bureau of Legitimate Statistics, so BLS.gov. Can you pull up BLS.gov and see, any statistics that you want based on Trump?
And they're
because
going
government
to have statistics on
ran.
how many migrants did not have a criminal record in there?
We're not talking about legal migrants. We're talking about illegal aliens. And illegal aliens, as soon as they enter the country, they obtain a criminal record. I mean, that is the fundamental reason why that is against the law.
So
it is very much against the law to enter this country illegally.
What is the crime they're breaking?
Once they enter,
what's the crime they break when they enter?
Illegal immigration. Illegal
That's
immigration.
not a crime. Who's been charged with illegal immigration?
No, that's definitely a crime.
No, what's the
not
statute?
punishable by jail.
Dog, I'm talking to you literally. What is the actual statute for being charged with illegal immigration? Have you heard of anyone being charged with illegal immigration? That's not a thing. right?
I'm looking at some penal codes right now. 1 second. You mean 8 USC 1324, bringing and harboring certain aliens, and 8 USC 1325, improper entry by alien?
There you go.
Those
Improper
sections
entry
cover
is
ranging.
one. Is that a Class C misdemeanor? What is it?
It does look like a misdemeanor, but it's still a criminal charge.
Yeah. Okay. Entry without inspection. That's another one, right? Class C misdemeanor. It's like a speeding ticket, bro. You think they should be sent to the worst prison on earth for a speeding ticket?
It's like a step before felonious speeding. You understand? That's still
Yeah.
Speeding
And without
is
a
very
court date,
serious.
without a
And
court, what if you were
that is
pulled over from speeding and without a court date, you were sent to the worst prison we had, period.
that's not what's happening. They're being
That's
sent back home.
That's exactly what's
Or
happening.
in theory are supposed to be. Okay, well then I'm not going to sit here and say I know that for a fact, because I am hearing that from someone who's debating me, so I do have to do research on that before I believe that. I hope you understand that.
Well, you
But
just saw it for
from the
yourself.
point
It's a
I'm stating-
misdemeanor, what they're doing. And these people are being sent to CCOT. Have you seen the pictures of the conditions in CCOT?
Well, people are committing felonies, bringing them in. That's
Okay,
a penal
well,
code.
what do they get?
They get 5 years federal penitentiary.
And what's the harm of them doing that? Why so many years? Why do you want to pay $300 a day for someone to sit in
because the
prison
people
for 5
who
years?
okay, I'm gonna tell you this, man. When I was in my unit, my deployments ranged from Afghanistan, and then they also ranged to I was deployed on the border. And I'm gonna tell you this, man. The immigration, there's a problem down there, and
Ooh.
cartel is very present down there. That's unacceptable. And I will tell you right now that that is a very good sentence for 5 years, because a lot of
No,
the
it's
guys
not.
who are trafficking are either first-time offenders who signed up through the cartel, so that's gang affiliation right there. That's an
Okay,
additional
but
sentence.
the
often
random
not
people
added to the
walking
record.
across, if you're not being found of like conspiring to do this or smuggling, human trafficking, that's a total different story, right? These people are simply
That's
walking
people
across the
facing.
border, and to be sent to something like this is fucking disgusting, and you
Fuck.
cannot justify it. Period.
Well, if Mexico doesn't take their people back, we have to put them somewhere. We're not going to
What?
put them in population
When
because
did
that's
they
a
stop
threat to
taking their
American national
people?
security. Why aren't they there right now then?
These are
That's the only logical
Venezuelans,
conclusion.
bro. They're sending Venezuelans. To
It's
these...
much cheaper. It's much cheaper for countries to take their people back than it is to incarcerate them. So that
Okay.
would be the first line
Yeah.
of.
Why are we sending them here and it costs us $6 million a year? What's cheaper, sending them somewhere else or fucking here?
It is, but if their countries don't accept them back, then there's nothing we can do about that. And I'm not saying that's proof, but I'm saying we can't logically dismiss that because no one's saying that.
Okay, I still don't think that's a good enough reason. Just because they can't be deported to their home country doesn't mean we send them to a fucking prison.
Well, they can't be put
that
in
looks
American.
like this.
They can't be put. They can't be put in civilian society. They
Okay,
cannot be put
you're
in civilian
far
society.
from you're far from what's actually reasonable. Still, pretty
No,
far.
do you know? No, do you know how in 9/11 those terrorists invaded the country and took over airplanes?
Yeah, they
Do you
came
know
here.
how they did that?
Yeah, they came here
They
legally.
came here as the impression of not all of them.
All
Not
of them
all of
came
them.
here legally.
That's
Actually,
wrong.
yes.
That's wrong. There are certain cells that did not partake in the hijacking
False.
that were brought here during the same time that were illegal. No, that is not false. That is true. And they were arrested back in 2013.
They were all here legally, bro.
That's not well. All the ones that were on the hijacking, yes, because they had to be here legally in order to purchase a plane ticket. But the cells who were not present during the hijacking, they came here around the same time period.
Okay. And
We're
then
not here
before
legally.
that, when's the last time we actually saw somebody come across the border and commit a act of teaism?
Happens every day.
No, it was 1970.
No, that's incorrect. That may be the first documented. That may be the last documented time, but that is not the last time.
Okay, what act of teaism did we see?
Oh, my fault. Did I bypass YouTube's guidelines there for a minute? I'm sorry. I wasn't aware if I did or didn't.
We have more domestic, homegrown. In fact, 14 of the
That is
15
true.
most
That's
violent
true.
T
Antifa's a
groups
very
in
big
the United
terrorist.
States,
That's right.
14 out of 15 are all right-wing domestic terrorist groups, like the Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys, all of those people. That's who they are. And then 15th place is the first example of left-wing terrorism.
Where does Antifa fall?
Antifa is not a group. We don't
Antifa
have
was
meetings.
named
There's
a
no
terrorist group.
initiation. There's no leader. There's no website. The
It
website
was
is whitehouse.gov.
no, but legally, it was classified as a terrorist group.
No, it's not.
So explain to me where that falls.
Tell me where I can find
debate
that.
there are more right-wing terrorist groups. That's perfectly fine, but Antifa definitely falls. on
Antifa
that
doesn't have a
scale
leader.
somewhere.
They don't have anything. It just means you're anti-fascism. Do you know what Antifa stands for? Anti-fascist.
I know what Antifa says they stand for, but I do also know what they actually stand for.
When you get punched in the mouth by Antifa, most likely you're doing fascist stuff.
Well, Antifa does jump, big right-wing representatives all the time. There's a definitely recorded statistic on that.
Okay,
I know Charlie Kirk was definitely one of those who were jumped. So Antifa is definitely a terrorist group. It's classified as a terrorist group. It acts as terrorism. It is definitely a terrorist group. 100,000%. It was legally defined as a terrorist group, which makes it a terrorist group. That is as simple as that will get.
No,
and I can't change your mind
I just Googled
because I can't change your mind. No, it was named a terrorist group. Legally, yes.
You could change my mind if you just showed me where to find that, but no.
Here.
All right.
One second. Many right-wing politicians and groups have characterized Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization or used Antifa as a catch-all term for any left-leaning or liberal protest actions. According to some scholars, Antifa is a legitimate response to the rise of the far right.
Oh.
Now, it is, and that's on Wikipedia though. It is a terrorist group.
No, nobody is labeled Antifa at an official capacity. You have to label them at an official capacity as a T group, and they are not labeled that. No.
One second. Okay, sponsor Senator Cassidy Bill RLA introduced 7/18/2019 committee
did not
Senate
pass.
Judiciary. Last action Senate 07/18/19 referred to the Committee on the Judiciary Text CR S4954 all actions. I'm just going to tell you, I don't trust the government. I don't trust whatever they do.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you that I am going to tell you that, in order for someone to sit up and say that at a massive, amount, it definitely would be considered a major terrorist group.
Okay. No, it wouldn't.
And that's all I have to say.
I know you guys would want that so bad. It's not how that works. Chat, do we have any mods that can mod YouTube right now? There's some really bad bots in there. I might have to turn off. Thank you, Pip. Pip, I'll mod you on YouTube if you say something while you're there. No, there's a bot that's saying, oh, maybe it's in, no, it is in YouTube. Hey, what's up? Oh, good. Okay. The one with the 11-year-old shit. Okay. Awesome. You rock. Thank you, Arjun. All right. Thank you. Alrighty. Bye bye. All right. Awesome. We're good. We're good. Chat. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box or call the number. I think we got a few people in queue.
Is someone calling?
No, I'm here. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
I like what he's doing on the border, and I think he gave that guy as much due process as any president would,
Why do you say that?
because MS-13 is designated as a T group, and he should be deported.
He was never considered MS-13.
So do you believe in due process?
Of course.
Okay. Do you feel like he wasn't afforded due process?
Are you talking about his 2 court dates that had nothing to do with him being expelled from the country?
Okay, but I mean, like, he was expelled from the country, so you're saying he did not get due process?
He did not get due process for being expelled to a prison in
Okay.
which the same country that a judge ruled he shouldn't be sent to as well. Do you think we should be sending people to prison in or outside of the country without due process?
In this case, yes. So, but what should happen to Trump if he wasn't afforded due process? If, in your opinion, what should happen to Trump?
What should I guess impeachment, or he should reverse his
Impeachment.
policy?
Okay, so no due process, Trump should be impeached. So why wasn't Obama impeached?
You're talking about when Obama changed regulations and basically left a loophole for the Customs Border Patrol agents to perform extradited removals.
That's not what I'm talking
Expedited
about.
removals. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. He
Yes, you are.
unalived an American citizen with a drone strike in Yemen with no due process. He unalived an American citizen.
Nice. And Trump.
So why wasn't
increased-
he impeached? Why wasn't Obama impeached?
Trump increased drone strikes by 450% and then rolled back transparency laws that would have let us
Unalive an
know.
American citizen without
Excuse
due
me.
process?
Excuse me. He unalived more people, and we can't find out who he unalived because he rolled back laws that allowed us to see transparency.
So you have no proof, but I have evidence that Obama specifically targeted an American citizen, unalived him with no due process. And you have
Specifically
no problem
targeted
with
him?
that. Yes, look it up. Yemen drone strike. And you have no problem. Why didn't you call for Obama's impeachment?
I don't know. Did y'all?
Absolutely, a lot of people did, even on the left. So it's funny how hypocritical everyone is about this due process. He's not even an American citizen, and yet Obama unalived an American citizen.
I'm still looking this up.
Yemen drone strike, you'll find
I
his
am.
name.
Are you just saying there were civilian casualties?
No, it was specifically targeted towards him, the American citizen.
And we were at war?
Nope.
And counterterrorism, the war in
He was
Yemen.
considered part of a T group, just like MS-13 is. He was an American citizen. He wasn't found guilty on any charges. It was through intelligence that Obama got from the military to drone strike him and unalive him. He had no due process in a court
Anwar
of law.
al-Awlaki sparked significant debate about the legality and morality of targeting American citizens abroad. The Obama administration justifies the strikes, including the one as lawful acts of war, arguing that they were specifically targeted and pose an imminent threat. So if somebody poses an imminent threat to the United States, should we be able to nuke them? Do we put them in court, or do we bomb them?
Well, any American citizen deserves due process. Just because you say someone is something without a judge making that determination, I don't think you should unalive them. And you're saying the same thing about this MS-13.
I think you're
person that's
really
not a
stretching.
citizen.
You're really stretching. If this person was an actual terrorist and somebody not on U.S. soil, it's different because Trump is using ICE as his personal people, as brown shirts, to go rally people up and send them to a prison without due process. That is much different.
So, okay, let's take your example. You're a U.S. citizen. He
Okay.
designates you as a team member. You're in Europe. He drone strikes you. Is that due process? Would you
If
be
he
okay
could
with that?
substantiate that it was an act of war, then no due process, no.
So no judge determined that he was guilty of teeing. It was a military decision. It had nothing to do with due process at that time.
Raise the questions about the constitutional. So the lack of judicial review and the use of secret intelligence raised questions. So are you saying that since Obama did this, we should allow everybody else to continue doing these things?
What I'm saying is 2 points to this. One, it's very hypocritical of you guys to just call out Trump for no due process on someone, and then at the same time justify the unaliving of an American citizen with no due process. Now,
You're bringing something up, by the way, that happened while I was in high school.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. You can't justify Trump's current actions with somebody else's actions. I'm sorry.
You said that he should be impeached. So why wasn't Obama impeached?
I don't know. Just because we didn't impeach Obama, we should never hold Trump accountable?
No, what I'm saying is the hypocrisy of it all. Because
so now that we're hypocrites, we shouldn't be asking for due process.
Yes, and I'll explain why. Because Trump designated MS-13 as a T group. He has information that this person was a member of that T group, just like Obama had information that. Sorry, I was getting a call.
So,
just like Obama had military information that person was part of a T group. And it's even worse because that guy was a citizen of the United States of America.
It's not true. First of all, the Trump administration did come out, and Caroline Leavitt also admitted that they did this in error. So which one is it? Did they have secret insider information, or was it a fucking accident?
A judge even said, and a police officer said.
You're talking about a CI. That was later found guilty of fraud.
That was intelligent information that he was part of it.
That was not federal. That was not federal military information. No, these were things on judge court documents. This is not official military intelligence. It was an accusation that were not a judge later found could not be substantiated. So you're lying, and you're trying to make the two things the same, which they're not.
One is way worse. One, you're unaliving an American citizen without due process.
Okay, this doesn't mean. Do you think?
Someone that's not even a citizen.
Do you think that we should have impeached Obama?
Absolutely over this.
Okay, then why don't you think we should impeach Trump?
Because Trump didn't unalive anyone. He deported
So he
someone.
didn't do as bad? So we shouldn't hold him accountable at all?
It's a big difference. This guy had due process. He wasn't supposed to be sent to this. The only reason why he wasn't even supposed to be sent back to this country is because he was in fear of a gang, and that gang doesn't even exist in the country anymore.
Triniagua?
No.
They don't exist in El Salvador anymore? I guess because they're all locked up?
Yeah.
So now they put him in prison alongside those people?
So you can admit that Obama should have been impeached then, based on your logic.
Sure.
Okay, cool. That's all I want to know. So just don't be a hypocrite.
Okay, don't be a hypocrite about things you didn't know about. Thanks,
I did know about. Well, you should know about him before you come up with like Trump's the bad man.
Trump is the bad man. He's literally lying. And if it were any other president with a fucking spine, he wouldn't be shaking hands, smug, hanging out with Bukele, another dictator, which seems to be the only type of person Trump can be friends with. He should be saying, hey, you're a bad person. If you don't bring this person back, I'm going to hold you accountable, just like he does to all of our fucking allies that we used to have. Trump has treated all of our allies like complete shit, and he fucking licks the boots of all of these dictators around him. He wants to be just like them.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you on that, so. That's all I had to say. I wish you did a little more research in this due process.
Give me a break.
Have a great one.
Wish you did a little more research. I guess I should have known the one incident Obama killed somebody with a drone strike. I guess that's totally the same.
Hello.
Yellow. Are you a Trump
Yeah,
supporter?
no, I was just coming up to yell at Justin.
Okay.
Love the show though.
All right, love you back. Someone says I'm a 65. Never heard of the Obama deal ever. Yeah, somebody must have posted that on Twitter today. I haven't heard that one yet. Yellow? Harley? Are you there? I think they're running. Yellow.
Hello. Hi.
Hi there. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not a Trump supporter, but you look like you need a hug, and I'm sending you one.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And I will. The only thing I want to tell you today is that through this process, that since January, it feels like 10 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
The longest 10 years I've ever experienced. But the really cool thing about this is that I've met a lot of people like you, and that who are committed to learning and educating themselves and seeing this as an opportunity. And we hear people talking about immigration, and I've had to research and do the work and take the deep dives and find my blind spots and learn more about myself and our country. And we all get to do this. And I just want to throat punch these people when I listen to somebody talk to you.
Oh, I love you. I'm sorry. My mods will kick you if you're friendly, guys. If you're a Trump supporter, please hop in the box. I'm sorry, guys. I think Kevin, you are too, but I love you. What's up, bub?
Hey, but what about Joe Biden?
You got me, dude. You got me. I love you, Kevin. You got me. All right. Da, 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 da. All right. I'm going to turn on the phone again. Back to the phone. Test, 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 test. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
All right. Why do you like Trump?
Because you're a fucking faggot nigger. Fuck you, bitch. Pussy, fucking lame faggot nigger. Fuck you.
He sounds like a Trump supporter. Sounds like one. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, it is.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
You know what I like about Trump? This guy has faced it all. But most importantly, I think he should have kicked that guy out. Is he a U.S. citizen?
You're talking about Garcia?
Yes. Yeah, I thought that's what the discussion
Abrego
was.
Garcia? We can talk about him, I
Yeah.
guess. There's kicking people out of the country, and then there's sending them to CCOT, one of the world's worst prisons, for the worst criminals. And
Okay.
I don't think that's warranted. And it's the most expensive way I could possibly think of doing deportation.
how do we know, because I don't know, honestly, and maybe because you're briefed on this, you can tell me, why do they send them to the prison? Are these, like, these people are assumed criminals, and that's why they're being jailed when they return, correct?
No. Trump basically boarded a bunch of people on planes and sent them directly to this prison, 75% of which did not have any background, criminal background whatsoever in either country. And furthermore, a few of them were sent back. So this wasn't even a thing that he coordinated well. There were, I believe, 7 or 8 people who were women or people who were not, I guess, of the right ethnicity to incarcerate there. It would have caused problems with the surrounding countries if they're if from another country in Central America or South America. They don't allow them to be in that prison. So they sent them right back. So it seems to me that it's very possible to send people back from CCOT, and Trump just doesn't want to do this.
But it seems like this case in particular sticks out because he is not coming back based on whatever race or ethnicity that he is.
Yeah, I mean, when the Supreme Court tells a president to do something and it looks like he's not even trying.
Well, hold on. It was a lower court judge, I believe, that made that referendum, right? If that's the right word.
No, the 9-0 Supreme Court decision said that Trump needs to facilitate his return.
Okay.
Even the
Supreme
judges that
Court.
he appointed. He appointed 3
So
of those 9.
what was the response from the Venezuelan president?
The El Salvador president, you mean?
Oh, I don't
Bukele?
remember the country.
He
I'm
sat
sorry.
on the couch next
Bukele,
to
yeah.
President Trump, and Trump let him lie and call this man a terrorist and said, I can't just smuggle a terrorist out of my country and smuggle him into the United States. And Trump just smiled and shrugged. He said, yeah, that's a good answer.
Do you
Guess I can't do
think
it.
there is a possibility that he has more information because of the origination of MS-13 from that country?
Bukele?
Yes. Would he not? It's his
We
own
would
country.
love to see it. If this man deserves to be in prison, we'd love to see something. But he obviously didn't think to bring that up. He's just going off of what Trump had.
Yeah. I mean, I understand all this. I figured since the police report, and this was something about the tattoos, not just the hat and whatnot, which, there's people that say that these gang identifications are very strict on colors, and there's the discussion that, you wouldn't be able to wear these certain things and hang around gang members, because that was a part of the police report, that he was hanging out with these higher ranked gang members. And if we can't disprove that, there's a large, theory or possibility, honestly, that if this guy's hanging around shady characters, could he not be involved himself? And how? What proof do we have to disprove that he's not, other than just we don't have the evidence?
We absolutely should. Our threshold for locking someone up in prison should always be, after due process, being able to say your side in a court in front of a judge. And if somebody accusing you of being in a gang is enough for you to be considered a terrorist and be sent to the worst prison on earth, we're all fucked. We're all fucked.
Yeah.
That's why this is so
I
important.
understand that. That's not a reality that I'm not against. I'm just saying I figured the evidence was enough to support that. But another question I have, if I can remember it, about it. Shoot.
Yeah.
What do you think about COVID? I'm going to skip to that because I was really heavily involved in that, and that's what led me towards the Republican Party. How do you feel?
Let's not talk about
people
that.
like Fauci and all those people.
That will get me banned on YouTube, so I don't want to talk.
Okay,
about
see,
that.
so let's not discuss it, but discuss it. Why do you think that's banned? Is that such a controversial?
Because the whole world and the consensus of the medical community all believe in science and the efficacy of certain vaccines and certain medication, and then there's certain niche groups that you might be a part of that only exist here in America in very niche other small parts of other countries that don't believe in science and don't care how much like data is given to them. They only want to be I don't know, they want some sort of I guess confirmation bias. They're looking for the next person who also agrees with them. You're not looking for the truth, in my opinion, because the medical consensus is out. It's been out for years. You can't find any sort of medical data or medical study that show your side to be true. All you have is doubt, an amount of doubt that you can cast on it, and maybe some people who you believe are the bad guys, like Fauci, who did nothing more than what every single other developed nation on Earth did, is just follow the science. That's all he did.
But he did profit a lot from the association with these companies that were receiving money.
Okay, I don't
But
think that.
I understand. I understand that you don't really want to talk about it. So, I mean, if you have any questions, but I guess I'm taking up airtime, if that's the thing.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
All right. See you later.
All right. Yeah, if illegally profiting from things was against y'all's morals and was unethical and a deal breaker for you, you guys would be. I got some real bad news for you about this administration, and like a meme coin rug pull done by the president himself, or stock market manipulation, and the Trump waltzing through the Oval Office, introducing his rich friends, and telling everybody how much money he made them in recent days after manipulating the markets. Can we be fucking for real? Oh, okay. I got you, Dolphin. I just read your message. Thank you. Thank you for the $1 as well. Chat, I do have a Cash App Venmo in the bio. If you guys enjoy my content, give me a follow. I do these debates all the time. And usually it's not my voice that makes this character move its face. I'm sorry, guys. Yellow, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like what he's doing with his policies, and he's keeping our border a lot safer. If you've realized over the last few months, compared to when Biden was in office, that he's cleaned it up, and a lot of drugs have stopped coming in across the border that we know of. And they've been trying different efforts to try and get them off of the border, because they're not only just coming over, they're coming under, they're coming around. So what do you think Joe Biden did better?
I think every bit of economic policy that Joe Biden did was fantastic. I think that he didn't isolate us from the rest of the world and scare away all of our allies or break every single trade agreement we had with every nation we were friends with. We didn't try to blackmail everybody and get them to come kiss the ring using tariffs. I don't know. He didn't do stock market manipulation. He didn't do a rug pull meme coin and do obvious corruption in front of us in plain sight. He didn't deport people without due process. He didn't scare away terrorists. Terrorists. He didn't scare away tourists. We've seen an 11% decline in tourists. So not only are people not crossing the border illegally, people who want to come for leisure and spend money, they're not coming anymore either. And we're also spending $88 billion a year on Trump's deportation mess, which gets slopperier every day. Biden also deported 20,000 more people per month than Trump. So Trump is just having a hell of a go at it, man.
Well, I like how you said with the Joe Biden thing, how he didn't do anything sketchy yet. Now we're seeing all the scandals that he was taking money under the table from foreign countries, and
Where
not
did they
even
prove
just
that?
with him, but It's on the news, and you can see also with his son how he's also tied
on
up
the
into his
news?
with his father.
Which
Hunter
which
Biden,
countries did he take money from?
China. It's been proven time and time again.
Biden took money from China.
Yes, where are those accounts with the money? Why are they keeping it so hidden in the funds and trying to throw it away?
Where did they find this out? What hearing can I look at?
If you look at break news, you can see the left and the right, and you can see which is covering. And all of the stories are being covered by the right side, but on the left side, they're all hush, and they don't want to out Biden and his son because they're covering up like they have always.
Dude, I sit up here all day, talk to people like you, and I ask for sources. Surely somebody would have brought this up by now, and it seems like you're still vaguely alluding to you don't have it. You just want me to look it up.
No, I said look at Break News. Break News is a service where you pay for it, and it's not a free service, so you have to actually invest into it. And it shows you on each side of each story, so you can look up the Biden or anything else, and it shows which side is covered, the left or the right. And
so
on
break
a lot
news.
of also,
break news. What's the article?
I cannot look at the specific article right now, but you can tell over with the $10 million. Okay, so
10 million.
With all of the money that has gone through random accounts and offshore accounts, and there's millions and millions of dollars, if he's not doing anything sketchy, then how is he not able to show proof of what's coming in, what's going out? Why is his grandchildren receiving money? I haven't heard of any one of Trump's children receiving
let me help
money
you
from
out. Let
foreign
me help you out.
officials.
Do you know who Jared Kushner is?
No.
It's Trump's son-in-law. Trump hired his son and daughter directly into the White House.
Is that illegal?
No. And you know what else he did? He
So
put Jared Kushner.
why are we bringing up something that's not illegal when we're talking about Joe Biden?
I'm telling you about corruption in the open. And then he put Jared Kushner overseeing the Middle East. And then somehow magically the Saudis gave him $2 billion with a B, which makes $10 million seem like nothing, right? What do you think? You think we should investigate that at all?
Yes, we should investigate anything that happens sketchy with our president, but if you've seen anything that's happened in the last 4 years under Biden, why are we going to turn around and try to investigate Trump when you guys didn't do anything really to...
Every time we try to investigate Trump, you said we were attacking him politically, and he was just a victim.
All right. I was actually calling to talk about the trans stance. Why do you liberals take that? Do you not have a mom?
I do have a mom.
Can you tell me what a woman is?
Yeah, a woman is an adult human, somebody who identifies with and associates with traits usually associated with the adult human female. So it's a social construct, right? Would you agree?
It's not. No, I think people who are identifying as trans have a mental illness, and there's only two genders.
Okay, but science doesn't agree with you. I think you just made
There's
that up.
only two genders. If I've been a man, I'm 28 years old. If I've been a man for 28 years, I cannot magically become a woman. Even if I chop off my dick and put breasts on my chest, there's no way I'm a woman.
You just kind of sound like you don't know what you're talking about. Like, no offense, but this is a topic they bring up for people to get a knee-jerk reaction out of you, and for the uneducated people, yeah, this sounds like a great debate to make someone look silly. But you're wrong. There's obviously more than just two genders, because genders are just a made-up thing. Are you Christian?
Yes, I am, and it's actually against to be gay, lesbian, or any of that. It is a huge sin. So even
Let me stop you though.
anyone to be
Let me stop
trans
you.
is still
What religion was Jesus?
Oh my Lord, this dude is Jesus. He is Jewish.
Okay,
Jesus is
and
Jewish.
how many genders did Jesus think there were?
There's two.
False.
No, it's not false. Okay, so you guys want to sit here and
Here
go
you
down
go.
this. I don't really
In the
like
Talmud,
leftists 'cause they
there's
like to go
6
here and use
genders.
this. Okay, first, before you're asking anything of God, do you believe in God yourself?
No, this is an internal critique.
Okay, so if you don't believe in God, you cannot critique my point of view because
I absolutely can critique your make-believe bullshit with other make-believe bullshit. This is
so if you
the
don't even
Talmud
believe the
has
creator
6
of the world,
genders. 6
there are
genders.
not 6 genders. People made up genders. God put everyone on this planet for a reason. There's only 2. He made men and women in his image and his likeness.
Okay, but we don't all believe in fairy tales like that. I believe in just science.
You don't have to believe in a religion. You don't have to believe in anything.
You think God
You
made
can
them
be
out
an
of
atheist.
dust? Do you think that's more coherent than me saying gender is a social idea?
Yeah, it does sound really, really bad because what sense does that make? I can say I can be a woman, I can be a man, I can be a cat, I can be a dog, I can be a fire truck. What
That's
point
not an
does that make?
that's not an actual thing. The thing is, we have actually used science to isolate this problem and treat this problem. It's called gender dysphoria. And in order to treat it, we've tried many different things. We've tried antidepressants, we've tried therapy, we've tried counseling, we've tried all sorts of stuff to make them stop unaliving themselves. And it just so happens, this funny trick we learned is that if we give them gender affirming care, they just stop fucking unaliving themselves. So why are you trying to come in and fucking tell them what to do?
That's not true, actually, because the transgender community actually shuns the people who come out and say that they made a mistake with transitioning and that people have made them
It's
confused
less than
and tell them
1%.
that they were.
It's less than
So
1%.
no. Oh.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to go with that percent, look up. I'm looking at your stream right now. Look at your computer. Google it. How many people are actually trans?
It's 1%, less than 1%.
It's 0.0001%. A lot of zeros behind it.
It's more than that.
Yes, it is. It's not 1. Look at Google it right now. I'm watching your stream.
Okay, it's 0.6.
0.6%. Look
You
up
put a
how
lot of
many.
extra zeros
What's the
in there.
population? That was an old number. Look up on a new tab how many people are on Earth.
It's about 8 billion people. What are you getting at?
Divide that by that percent and see how many people are actually trans.
Okay, and?
That would explain the mental illness. There's not that many trans people because if there were, that percentage would be higher with the amount of people on Earth and the amount.
That's not science. What you just did is you told me to calculate how many people there are that might have
basic
gender
math. You
dysphoria.
take
What does
how
it
many
prove?
people are actually trans that were born that way correctly, not got a surgery, that were correctly born that way, and then see how many people transitioned after it became a huge trend.
We did studies on this. You can't just do 4th grade math and think you're doing better
Look up
science
the
than the
story
people who
of
did
Buck
studies
Angel,
on
the
this.
first trans person. He was from like the 70s or the 70s, 80s, maybe
No,
the 60s.
far,
And he
you're
doesn't even
completely
approve.
wrong on that.
Buck Wild is one of the oldest trans people, and he has even stated that he doesn't approve of what people are doing.
Oh man, I guess we should all listen to the oldest trans person.
Well, there's a bunch of people that came out that are older than the people now saying that it's a mistake and people are just doing it to be
Well,
trendy.
how
and
about we
hop on
just
the
listen to
podcast.
scientists? How about that? Instead of just listening to one person and your friend at Discount Tire, we just look at
You
science.
know how easy it is for scientists to feed all of us bullshit and just skew numbers and all that.
Okay,
So
that's the
if
biggest
we
cope
can
of
just go
MAGA.
into
This
that,
is what
then-
this is why we make fun of you. We call you a cult because you will
and
you will
can.
disregard
It's your
science
prerogative, and
so
I
that you can
think you're
continue
stupid
saying
too, but
bullshit,
we-
man.
So if you don't have the debate and you're just gonna call me stupid, then this just isn't gonna go on and prove anything.
You're sitting here muddying the waters before I even show you a study that proves that you're incorrect, man.
You can sit here and say I'm incorrect and everything, but as soon as you start calling me stupid, you lose the fight because I haven't even called you an idiot or stupid just
I
because
didn't
you're
call
liberal.
you stupid.
have
I said you're in a
different view.
cult.
You can say that. See, this is the people who say they love people so much, and then on top of that, you sit here and
Yes,
turn around
I'm
and be
defending a minority group that you're attacking right now. Yes.
I didn't say a minority group. Is off of your view group. The liberals are the ones that preach love and all this. And as soon as I start to disagree with you, you call me an idiot
Dog,
and try to insult me, which
I-
is your typical go-to. But it's all
Dog,
right.
Have
That's
you
what
have
guys
you
do
re- have
because
you read
can't back it up
Trump's
with facts.
have you read Trump's Truth Social for Easter? You're gonna tell me that we're the party that does this? You guys greenlight it all day. Okay? Give me a break. Stop clutching your pearls. Facts over feelings.
You guys are all about feelings, so
I'm
what does
sitting here
that
trying to
point
show you
me?
facts, and you're backing down already, getting ready for me to show you.
Backing down?
Yes, I can show you the percentage of reduction in suicidality. I can show you all sorts of things. I can show the amount of trans people here on Earth. I can show that they existed way before 1970. You're insane for thinking that. I can also show you that in 1930s Germany, which we're about to do round 2, they burnt down and destroyed all of the science that they did surrounding gender ideology and the LGBTQ community. They burnt it all
what's
down.
funny
It was
is
the
that all
epicenter
these
of studying
companies
it.
are just taking advantage of these people, and nobody fucking sees it except the people that are normal. All the straight people see it. They're taking advantage of you. You want to get that surgery? Okay, buddy, come on, come fill my pockets. That's exactly what they're
Fill
doing.
my
They're
pockets.
playing off of emotions.
The
It's
0.6%,
the
they're just
scientists.
raking it in.
Yes, the scientists are raking it in on you guys because
The
you guys
0.6% of
it's easy
people,
money.
yeah.
You
Okay.
guys don't see it. Don't hang up. I just want to have the debate. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna hang up or insult you or do anything like that. I'll sit here. I'm unlike most of the MAGA people. I will sit here and have a conversation with the left, even if you sit here and insult me the whole time. It's okay. I don't need to insult you.
I'm not insulting you. I am memeing on your point that you just made, though.
You called me an idiot.
Dude, I take it back. I'm sorry if I made you feel stupid.
There we go. The walk back. Yes. So we can have a conversation like adults without insulting, right?
All right, okay, let's stop
I think
obfuscating.
a
Let's
lot
stop
of the left
grandstanding.
ones
Let's
are
talk.
pretty retarded, but we don't.
You
a lot
can't
of us
say
don't
that
even
word,
fucking
bro.
have
You
to
can't
do
say
it.
slurs. You can't say slurs, bub. I get banned on TikTok if you say that. Chat, tap the screen, protect the stream. Let's get to 100K likes. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. I'm going to turn the phone back on. Guys, if you're on YouTube and you want to call in, you're welcome to call in. The phone number's at the bottom of the screen. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter? Yellow?
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yes, I voted for him. I guess that makes me one.
Sure.
Okay, so why does he suck?
Yeah, why do you like Trump?
Well, I mean, you're making the affirmative claim that he sucks, so
Okay,
I'm asking you why.
His economic policy is incoherent and horrible, and his foreign policy is also isolating us on the world stage, pulling us out of multiple trade agreements, multiple agreements that gave us world power, and making us weaker than ever.
So, in what way are we now weaker than ever?
Are we weaker with or without allies?
Well, most of our allies, their capacity to defend themselves is predicated on us, not the other way around.
Yeah, but we're stronger when we have all of those other countries at our side.
Right. Well, can you demonstrate that? Because as of right now, our allies seem mostly responsible for us being involved in war, as opposed to us not being involved in war.
I can debate that with when's the last time we invoked Article 6? Article 5. Who's the only country to ever invoke Article 5 in NATO?
I'm not aware.
It's the United States. It was us. We called for their help.
When was this?
It was after 9/11.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to defend the war in Iraq. The war in Iraq was this was when Republican war hawks essentially attempted to enrich themselves by going to war in the Middle East. I'm not defending that.
Well, I'm saying we're in an advantage when we say, hey Russia, you're being an asshole. Stop slaughtering your neighbors. They're innocent people. If you don't, I've got all of these friends that are going to fuck you up. That seems a little more strategic than saying, hey, you better not make us come all the way over there.
Yeah, but if your argument is simply what's strategically advantageous to the United States, being allies with Russia would actually be more strategically advantageous to us than all of the European countries that
Why would you
whose
say that?
defense we fund. Well, they have more natural resources.
Okay, we don't fund all of those other countries. I think MAGA usually has a complete misunderstanding of how NATO works.
Do we or do we not provide them money for their national defense?
Hold on. It depends on who you're talking about and how much. I think they, for the most part,
Do we
all
provide
pay...
any of them money for their national defense?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so then we're funding their national defense.
Not all of it, though. No, there's nuance to it, right? So
I
if we
didn't.
give
I
them
never said
1%,
all. I never said all of it. I never made the claim all of it.
Okay,
I said
then-
that we are funding their national defense.
Okay, but
right?
for the most part, it's mutually beneficial. Right?
Okay, so what is the benefit the United States receives?
So our presence is worldwide rather than just isolated to one region, and we get to do things such as enforce countries to not take horrible actions.
Well, I mean, I don't think that you could even. I don't even think that you could make a claim that any action is horrible because you're a moral relativist.
Okay, do you think that Russia should be slaughtering its neighbors just for land and resources?
Well, no, I don't. I have I have actual claims for my moral positions. I don't think that you do.
Are you just saying because I'm not Christian?
Well, I mean, so what would be your fundamental claim for morality? What would be your underpinning model for morality?
I don't know. I'm not a Philbro, but I would say that it comes from.
I don't think you need to be. I think you should understand what your fundamental underpinning for morality is. Otherwise,
Okay.
your morality would be incoherent, right?
Okay, I think we come up with morality as a society. We also come up with the most reductive in harm, or what's mutually beneficial. Obviously, hey, I don't want people to steal from me, therefore I won't steal from them.
So when most of the population of the United States believed that it was okay to enslave other people, that was morally permissible?
No, and I'm not saying that it was just that. I'm saying that a combination of these things.
And so your claim is a reduction in harm. Okay, so what is harm? How would you even define harm?
I guess
What's harmful?
having a feeling of negative experiences.
Okay, so before you were discussing transgenderism with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Me having to affirm somebody's transgenderism, so what I would believe is delusion, is harmful to me. Am I right?
I think that if you are feeling that way, that is self-inflicted. That is not inflicted by the person.
No, one of my
asking for
fundamental
respect.
precepts is that lying, being made to lie, is harmful to me. I
But
believe
it's not
that
a
you're
lie.
asking me to
Fundamentally, it's
lie.
not a lie.
I believe it's a lie, so it's harmful to me.
Okay, well, see, again, it's self-imposed then.
Okay, so my preference is inferior to your preference.
It's probably just
Is
less
that
informed.
essentially?
Yeah.
Oh, so fundamentally, your morality just boils down to whatever your preference is.
Sure.
Okay, so how do you reconcile that with people who just have different preferences, and what makes them morally wrong and you morally right?
I don't know. Are you trying to justify Russia's actions with some philosophy?
No, I mean, I can understand the perspective that the Russians take or have. That doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with it, but I can understand it. See, one of the things that you need to do when you deal with foreign policy, one of the first things that you should do is you should put some effort into putting yourself in the shoes of the people that you're attempting to criticize. Do I think that the Russians are right? Not necessarily, but I can also understand why they're doing what they're doing.
No, you don't.
Can you?
Yeah, I can. I mean,
then okay.
The Russians don't even know.
Then what's
why
their
they're
motivation?
doing it. The Russians
What's
don't
their
even know
motivation?
why. Well, if you asked them 2 years ago, they would tell you that they're invading Ukraine because they're practicing black magic. Do you think that's true?
I don't think it's true that that's what they would even claim.
That's what they did claim at one point in time. Then, at one point in time, they said.
Can you demonstrate that they claimed that?
Yes, and that they were denazifying Ukraine. Do you think that's a good claim?
Well, I would have to see the evidence that they presented, but I don't want you to just you just skipped past the black magic one. Can you demonstrate
I'll pull that up right now. Yes.
Okay.
Russian media accused Ukraine of using black magic. This is from Newsweek.
I guess so. Newsweek is the authority on Russia's
I'm
motivations
so
for
sorry.
war.
I'm so
or-
sorry this is happening to you, but this is my source, man. Cope.
I mean, I just I just
What did you think I was
categorically
going to pull
reject
up?
that claim.
A quote from.
No, I think that I hopefully would give like an honest answer about Russia's motivations. I think Russia's motivations are that they view the West expanding towards them, and they view that as an existential threat to their
and
sovereignty.
that is a Putin apologist. Yeah, that is it. That is what Putin
I'm not
wants you to
I'm not a
say.
Putin apologist.
You
I
are
don't
for
think that the
saying
Russians should be doing what they're doing. I think that the Russians are wrong for invading the Ukraine. But I think that that's their justification. Whether
Okay,
you agree with it
do
or
you
not, I
think-
think they have a coherent justification.
And do you think we'd be stronger being friends with a country that's completely confused and ran by state media and
Oh, I
completely
would never make the
brainwashed?
claim that the people in a country are completely confused. I think that that's a terrible thing to say about
Okay.
a foreign nation. No, I don't think
Oh.
they're confused. I think that they
Okay.
simply
So
don't share your morality.
You're right. Black magic was definitely happening in Ukraine. They weren't confused.
Black magic probably was happening in the Ukraine. It's probably happening everywhere, but I don't think the Ukraine is specifically known for its black magic.
Are you actually saying that black magic is real? You believe in black magic?
I think that there's lots of people who believe that black magic is real, whether I believe it or not.
Okay, you see how you're
you
being
think that you think that
disingenuous?
you think that people who believe that they can manifest things or don't believe that they're practicing black magic. There's people in the United States who believe that they can manifest
This
things.
is a big cope.
You
my
don't
man.
think that they're
This is what they
practicing
call a
black magic?
COPE. This is a cope. All right, I just
Well,
shown you where they
that's
thought
not
they
an
were pushing
argument.
into
That's an
Ukraine.
assertion. Do you want to refute the argument instead of asserting something?
I'm arguing that they thought it was black magic, and you're arguing that they're allowed to think it's black magic. We're arguing two different things, and what I'm saying to you is
No,
that they are
you
definitely
argued that
confused.
Newsweek ascribed to them the motivation that black magic was the reason for their invading. I categorically rejected that assertion already. Then you went on to say you're coping because you think that black magic exists. I'm telling you that people other than me believe black magic exists.
Okay, I get you. I know. And without all of those words, your cope is that people are allowed to think black magic is real, and I'm allowed to say that people are allowed to say that black magic is real, which is totally off topic.
Well, I mean, then don't bring up black magic as a super weak assertion for their reasoning for attacking another country.
It was one of their reasons, and then after that, it was the denazification.
Because Newsweek said so, right?
I know that you really got your feelings hurt because Newsweek is actually a pretty good source. Sorry.
I mean, I would usually ask for like other sources that confirm this.
Luke and Press, right? Fake news, fake media. I gotcha.
No, I didn't say that. I'm not claiming that they're inherently fake news or fake media. I have to read the articles.
Dude, Newsweek is literally a great source. You can fucking.
I think that typically speaking, when we're talking about matters of geopolitics, it's a whole lot better to use like the Occam's razor standard of what makes the most sense for a sovereign nation that's been invaded from their western border a number of times. What would their motivation be for invading East?
They've been invaded.
It seems reasonable to me that the reason that they would invade East is because one, the Black Sea provides them with trade opportunities, and the Black Sea is a valuable resource to them.
They want to steal the resources.
They view the expansion of NATO as an existential threat to their sovereignty.
Why?
That seems reasonable to me.
Okay, let me help you out. The reason they don't like NATO is because they want to invade them. NATO is a defensive treaty. What are you smoking? Of course they don't like NATO because they're a defensive treaty, and they wouldn't be able to invade them if they joined NATO.
You think that the Russians' aspiration is to just invade Europe?
No, they have this idea of reassembling parts of the USSR. And of course, Putin is very nostalgic.
So you think Putin's a
about
communist?
That. I think that he has ideas of nostalgia and of a time that things were greater than they are now. Yes.
Well, that doesn't really make any sense because Putin reestablished the Eastern Orthodox Church as the Church of Russia. The communists dismantled the Eastern Orthodox Church. So that
Oh,
doesn't even
man.
make sense.
So he's just a warmonger, and he just wants to take over Ukraine. Then, okay, is that good enough for you? He wants the port that doesn't freeze over during the winter, the only one he would have access to if he took over Ukraine. He wants all their resources. He wants the ability to pull nitrogen out of the air using the resources. He wants their grain.
Yeah,
He
that's
wants to
probably
control-
all true. It's
Yeah.
probably all true that
Yeah.
he would like the resources from the Ukraine.
And he just wants
So
to
what?
steal their shit. Yeah.
So what?
Should we not stifle that on the world stage?
I mean, maybe we should. What's your argument for it? Why does the United States need to stifle that?
You're sitting here, you go like, whose morality is true? Who's better at morality? Like, well, obviously a nation who doesn't just invade people to take their resources is probably morally bankrupt than somebody who doesn't.
So you think that fighting foreign wars, fighting another country, is inherently immoral? Is that the claim?
No.
What is the claim then?
I think
I don't understand. Like, what
yes,
makes a war morally bankrupt?
Okay, doing it for straight up imperialism and taking people's resources, as an aggressor, yes, that is bad.
What other reason do we have for going to war?
Protectionism?
So there's two purposes for war. One purpose would be the expansion of your country and the acquisition of resources for the people who live in your country, and the other would be in response to invasion.
Okay.
Are you claiming that only defensive action?
You're really saying there's
in
only
response
two?
in response to invasion would be a defensive war.
Okay.
Are you saying that only defensive military campaigns are justifiable?
No. Why would you get that from what I'm saying?
Well, you said that they're morally bankrupt for going to war in the name of resources for their country. I'm asking you, why is it inherently morally bankrupt?
There's a little I'm not saying you're trying to create a law and break it based on my opinion on Russia's aggression. And what I'm saying is, if you look at all of the history of Russia, or just the most recent history, the last 60 years, you can just see that Putin is a horrible person. The last 23 years he's been in power, he's completely taken over the country, and there's not been any fair fucking elections. He's killing his political opponents. He's having his people go around in the streets and check their phones to make sure they're not talking about things in certain ways. He has Russian state media that has people believing the most outrageous shit, like I just showed you, and apparently you just don't know all of this. Therefore, yes, they're wrong. They're bad people. It's not black and white. Stop oversimplifying it and stop justifying Putin's actions. It's disgusting, man.
Yeah, I mean, that was all just a long straw man. I'm not really sure what the point of any of that was. I didn't justify anything that he did. What I'm doing is I'm asking you a series of logical questions to kind of establish how it is that you even determine that something is morally right or wrong. And it seems incoherent.
By any person's measure, by any person who's aware of the situation, you would agree that Putin's a bad person. And for you come out here and to lick his nuts, it's gross. I gotta go though, guys. I just got.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the most.
I just got flagged for whatever this guy said. I'm gonna have to restart. I'm asking logical questions to somehow twist your opinion of Putin. I mean, oh my god. Anyway, chat, I'll be right back. God forbid we give Putin a hard time, chat. God forbid. He's disgusting. That caller destroyed me. You guys were not listening, were you? You guys were not listening. Vicky, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you and admire your calm demeanor. Thank you so much. All right, we're back, guys. Tap the screen on TikTok. Tap the screen. We lost all of our algo love. Let's try this again. What up, Char? I am doing okay. What's up, Bookish? We're back, guys. We're back. I want to start debating. How do I get so good? Any tips? I don't know. Watch debates for a while. Watch people debate. I watched people debate for a couple of years before I started doing this. Yellow.
Yeah.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
I love how he wants to create safe spaces for women and men.
Yeah, by grabbing him by the pussy?
What? What are you on about, mate? He wants to protect women's sports from men.
Okay, all 10
Think
of
of
them?
All 10 what?
All 10 of the trans athletes?
Sure.
In
I mean, if
sports?
that's separation of sex, then yeah.
Okay.
What do you think of that?
I think it's a cop out, and I think that he used a marginalized group, a very small number of people, as a scapegoat for you guys to punch down on and to vote for him.
Okay, so here in the UK, we have the Supreme Court decision which ruled out what a woman was, right, based on the biological sex, to have safe spaces for them based on biological sex. Is that something you'd love to see done in the United States?
I don't know. I don't think it's an issue. I don't think we even have a number of incidents that would make me believe this is a pattern or something we should legislate. There's nothing showing us in the data that crimes are happening, that people are getting assaulted. The only thing we actually do see is that people who are trans or queer or LGBTQ, they're actually like 2 to 4 times more likely to be assaulted in the restroom. That's the only thing we should be thinking about. Those are the people we should be trying to protect, not cis women.
Okay, so you don't think not cis women? So these women, you don't care about the fact they feel uncomfortable in their own spaces?
I don't think that's a thing. No. I think it's just
Okay,
bigotry. Did you know that when we desegregated here in the United States, we desegregated, it was a long process. It was really hard. We had to really force it. But the things they were saying were very similar to what you're saying. Like, imagine being in a bathroom alone with these people who are a different color. They're like animals. They're like this or that. That's what they were saying. That's what you're saying now. It's the same thing, man. There's no
Okay, so
actual crime that's happening that justifies your disgusting opinion.
So you don't think there should be women's only spaces?
I don't think
Women's
this
only
is
changing
this was
rooms?
literally a non-issue 8 years ago. It was non-issue.
Because it wasn't an issue. These transgender individuals didn't demand people's spaces.
Did I
These
just get 2
men,
gifted subs? Hard Lefty, thank you so much for the gifted sub.
these men were not taking spaces away from women, and women were not taking spaces away from men. This is a new issue. So of
There's
course-
entire countries who just share bathrooms, and they're doing just fine, man.
Okay, so what about sports, changing rooms, not just bathrooms, changing rooms, sports?
I
What do you
think
think of that?
if you're someone of that nature, you're probably more worried about them seeing what you've got going on than you seeing what's going on over there.
Okay, but you can't deny the fact that there are people who feel uncomfortable with these people in their bathroom and their spaces. Do you want a little girl to go into a changing room and see a man in there, a man changing?
I think that would be more prevalent if you guys forced people who are cis men or trans women to go into to their respective bathrooms, or trans men go into a cis women's bathroom. Have you seen a trans man before?
Yeah, it was a trans man was in my bathroom. Yes.
Have you seen so you want a big butch trans man with a full beard, most likely working out, jacked as fuck, to be in the bathroom with your daughter? Is that what you want?
No, but that's a self-inflicted problem.
No,
if-
that's
if
your
I
daughter's
make-
problem, is what you're saying.
No, it's the person who made that change to the body, made themselves appear to be the opposite, a
No,
different sex.
you're saying you're worried about your daughter. What do you feel about your daughter being in the bathroom with someone like that?
Disgusting.
Okay, but you're the one
It's
who legislated it to
disgusting
be that way.
it's just-
That's what
no,
you want.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's disgusting that a woman has made herself appear as a man
Okay,
and then
but
gone into the woman's bathroom.
We're a free country. I don't know about you all, but we live in a free country, and we let people do what they want to themselves.
Okay, if you live in a free country, do you believe that businesses can create biological sex bathrooms?
biological sex does not mean anything. It's incoherent. That just means life. Biological means living.
You know what I mean? Female and male. Do you think it should be female, male bathroom? Do you think anyone has the rights? If I stop a business,
where would an intersex person go if they did that?
Intersex usually can be male or female. So
okay, but
They-
what about
they
the
can
people
fit
right in the
to, you
middle?
know-
What about them?
there's like I don't even know if there's anyone who's right in the middle.
There literally is, and there's literally thousands of different types of variations of people.
Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, majority of the intersex individuals can either fit into male or female. They usually align in either
I
one.
know, but you're just disregarding them. They're literally homeless politically and in history right now too. Like they're homeless.
Yeah, and in society we recognize them as either male or female.
No, we don't. We call them
We
intersex.
do. Because when you go to when you apply for an application form, for example, it says male, female. They align with either one.
No, now they say prefer not to say, other, things like that.
Yeah, that's for gender, not for sex. I don't believe in gender anymore. This gender ideology, it's non-existent in my view. It's
I think also there's a ton of different. Tracy, thank you so much. There's different ways we use these things too. So like there's softer sciences and there's harder sciences. So like in psychology and stuff, they use gender and sex a little bit differently than maybe like a medical, like a physician, somebody in the ER. And what they say is presents. So they present one way or another. There's so many different things that go into this, including karyotyping. So you honestly have no idea if you even have a different karyotype than the traditional male you're thinking of. And if you wanted to find out, you could spend, I believe it's like $200 to $2,000 to get the test done, but none of us know.
I mean, I know you're a male. I can just observe that based on how you look.
Well, if you ask people in my YouTube chat, sometimes they say I'm a trans man. Sometimes they say I'm a soy boy. Sometimes they say all sorts of stuff.
I mean, if you are a trans man, I guess you managed to trick me. You managed to pass, whatever. Anyways, are you passionate about this? Do you sincerely believe in this ideology? Or do you just not care? Is that
It's
what it is?
not an ideology. I'm just explaining science to you.
I'm talking, yeah, and science is male or female.
It's not true.
Yes, that is true. I literally study
sex is
science.
bimodal. It's not by.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's what science says.
That's literally been debunked.
It's been debunked.
It's not bimodal.
It's bimodal, man.
Are you talking about that graph onto you that was created by someone who actually disagrees that's bimodal?
No, I'm just saying that I can ask you what a male is and what a female is, and then I can give you examples that break your rule for what a male and female are all day.
No, you can't.
Okay, what's a male?
A male is someone who has the structural arrangement of their reproductive organs aligned to produce small gametes.
To produce small gametes. So if you have a male that produces large gametes, what is that?
That'll be, well, they wouldn't be They wouldn't be male because it'd be producing large gametes, hence female.
And do you go around checking people's gametes? Do we check people's gametes when we assign them male or female at birth?
No, because almost 99% of the time they also have XY chromosomes, they also have XX chromosomes, they have the other characteristics which allow me to know.
So literally nobody uses the gametes to determine whether
You're
or not
right, no one
someone's male
uses
or
that,
female.
no.
Nobody ever
right.
has, probably in the history of America, of the United States, I would say literally less than 0.00000000001% of people use their gametes to determine.
I agree. I
what
don't
sex
check
they
those
are.
gametes. I agree, but I see the phenotype. If they look like a man, they have the male characteristics.
So
There's
you're talking about
usually-
male presenting then?
No, male biological characteristics.
Biological is
the male
incoherent.
phenotype. You know what the male phenotype is that comes off when you're genetically male?
You list it.
So, for example, shorter, less wide hips than a female, male genitalia, deeper voice. They have different hormones.
Okay, so what about people who are born without the male genitalia or have both types of genitalia and have a softer voice, kind of like I do?
I mean, you sound like a man, so I presume you're a man. You're talking about intersex people, so are you really going to use intersex people to disregard?
That is the bimodal part of this conversation. Yeah, dude.
And yeah, and I said, we already spoke about this before. I said that the intersex people can usually be ascribed male or female depending on which one they're closer to. You have male intersex, you have female intersex. It's not third sex. They're either male or female, just with ambiguous parts.
Okay. And what I'm saying is that you say typically, and I say the reason you say typically, and not 100% of the time, is that there are
Because the
exceptions
biology
to
is
the rule.
complex. Because biology
Yeah.
is complex.
Yeah, it is.
But this
It
is irrelevant to the trans argument. It's completely
not
irrelevant.
relevant. It's completely relevant and adjacent to
not.
what we're talking about.
Because I believe in biology. I believe that people with these more male characteristics are
You
male.
want to not talk about them. You want to go like this, be like, la 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 la, less than 1%. You don't care. I'm talking about those people, though. Those people who are in question when we're making laws about who can go into what bathroom, who can put what on their birth certificate or on their passport. You're sitting out, you're coming around and you're saying, I don't care about these people. They can be not excluded when we write these laws. And I'm saying, no, they're a minority group and I want to protect them. I care about these
right
people.
now,
I
what's
know
the
how much
bigger
you
problem?
don't care.
What's the bigger problem?
But I care.
You're talking about intersex people. The whole debate is trans people.
Sure.
You can, if you're interested in talking about intersex people, where they go, that's on you. But that's not what I'm here to
but you're
talk about.
sitting here trying to make rules that make us look delusional in regards to how we treat trans people. And I'm saying your rules can be demonstrably broken just by me bringing up intersex people.
No, because that's biology, and you're talking about gender, which is
I'm the one sitting here showing you, talking to you about biology.
You're talking about intersex people when trans ideology is about gender being a social construct. That's
gender is
do you
a
know
social
what
construct.
gender means? Do you know what gender is?
Yeah, gender is just a social construct that we ascribe to each other depending on...
Exactly, it's not biological.
Correct.
Exactly, and that's why I don't believe in it, because it's not biological. So a man who called himself a woman, you can't go into a woman's bathroom because you're still a man. You might make yourself look like a woman and then go into one, but then you'd be deceiving people, and that's up to you if you want to deceive people. I personally would not make myself appear as a woman and then go into a woman's bathroom.
What's up, Lakin?
Hey, Pickles, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, another day.
Trans, female to male, 2/11/21. Okay. Nice to know what date you transitioned.
What did you say you think I am?
I presume you're a woman.
I'm not a woman.
Trans, female to male in your bio.
Okay, so you read my bio, but that doesn't make me a woman.
Well, you're a female, right?
I'm not a female. I'm a man.
Thank you, Tracy.
Okay, why did you have to switch then? Why did you have to switch
You don't know my You don't know my chromosomes. Neither do I, because I've not been.
I can take a guess. I can take a 99. Like I can bet on it. Actually,
you can't guess shit because
I can bet on it. You know,
karyotype me, and neither has my doctor.
I can bet on it. You know, follow me.
No.
We'll bet. I can bet you £10,000. £10,000 that you're XY.
Okay, you think I'm XY? Great. That's beautiful.
Would you like to bet on it? I will genuinely send you all my. I got £10,000 in stocks. I will sell my stocks.
Sure, sell your stocks right now.
If
I'm XY, I will win this bet.
No, I'm betting on that you're XY chromosome.
Yep, do it. Sell your stocks right now because I will win that bet.
No, do the test. I'm not selling it right now. Do you
know how much those tests cost?
How much does it cost?
About 15 grand in USD.
15 grand to check your chromosomes.
Yes, it does.
Karyotyping,
Pickles, you want to double check me on that?
It's actually anywhere, depending on, I looked this up yesterday, in the United States, it's anywhere between like $500 and $2,000. But there are some, whether
I know the last time I looked, it was closer to, I could be wrong though.
Okay, well, you can take the $500 one and you can make a huge return on your investment.
I want you to find me where it's $500 at though.
Yeah, I'm sure that's with insurance.
Okay, I'll look. Yeah, you can.
And
message
you also
me.
have to have a reason to get insurance to pay for it.
Okay, I can also bet that you've been taking hormones to appear as a man.
Yeah, I have. But
Okay, so I'm correct.
you
There you
also
go.
think I'm XY, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I also know you're a male because of other characteristics that you have.
You're Pickles.
You sound like a male.
That's because I am a man.
I mean, yeah, because you transition, you use hormones.
Do you know what I am?
You're a
Would you con-
female who identifies as a male.
You are confusing the shit out of yourself, bud.
You're a female who is identifying as a male,
So
and you've taken
what are
hormones.
my chromosomes?
Your XY, and that's what I've
You
been
don't
saying.
even know what chromosomes are.
I know a lot more about chromosomes than you do. I
Really?
study biology. Yes, I study
Bro,
biology.
I have a biology degree.
I've got something even better than a biology degree. Okay.
Really?
I've
Okay,
studied
then what
a
does
lot more than
XX
that.
What mean?
What does XX chromosomes mean?
Yep.
That means you're a female.
Okay, then how would I have XY chromosomes if I'm if I'm a female?
Sorry, I mean XX.
Exactly. You
XX.
can go ahead and kick him, Pickles, because he has no idea what he's talking about.
XX. Yeah, you're XX.
You just cooked yourself, my guy.
You're
You
XX
have no
chromosomes.
idea what you're talking about. You do realize that
It
there
doesn't
are
change the
also
fact.
women.
It doesn't change
no,
the whole
listen.
point.
You also know that there are people that are XY chromosome that are women.
No.
It's called De La Chapelle
No.
syndrome.
Yeah, that's an exception to the rule.
It's
Oh,
okay. So
Those are
that's
people with
just
conditions. That's
so guess
a
what?
condition.
I could be that and wouldn't know it. Do you also know that there are men that are XX chromosomes?
Yeah, I know what you're
Well,
talking about. I know what you're talking about. I know what conditions you're
And guess
talking
what?
about.
You wouldn't know it if you were that because you haven't had your
No, because actually I would know because
chromosome-
people who have that condition you're referring to, they tend to have very tiny testicles and other
Not
freedom
always.
characteristics.
Not
They do.
always.
They do.
Not always.
Okay, but the probability of having that, I think it's like 1 in 10,000.
Double check that. I don't have a computer in front of me.
Okay, let me quickly check the probability of me having that.
Do you also know that there are people that have XXY, there's like you can have XX, XY 46. You can have there's 1,000 different chromosome variations. And unless you have karyotyped yourself, you do not know what you are definitively.
I do.
No,
Because,
you
like I said,
don't.
there are other characteristics, the other male characteristics, having a penis.
You you cooked yourself. So where's my $10,000?
You know what I meant.
No, you cooked yourself.
Oh, you're intelligent enough to know what I meant.
You cooked yourself. Where's my $10,000?
You're a female, and you took
And you
hormones.
continuously said that I had XY chromosomes.
Sorry, I meant XX.
Exactly. You cooked yourself thinking you knew
I meant
biology. You owe me
okay.
$10,000.
So 1 in 400 males and 1 in 650 males. That is actually really high. Have
that's a different
abnormalities
syndrome.
in the 23rd chromosome. Literally, it could be in one classroom in like one graduating class. I graduated in a class of 2,500. That means there's at least 5 or 6 people. What do we do for them?
They have do they have a male phenotype?
I'm sorry?
Do they have the male phenotype?
They can be ambiguous.
They could be completely ambiguous.
Okay, why are you so focused on intersex people? What's the obsession with them?
Because it proves you wrong.
How does it prove me wrong?
Because you guys sit around and say, "Oh, there's only 2 genders," and then you
I
guys
said
don't know what
I don't believe in
gender
gender.
is.
There are only 2 sexes.
Sex is bimodal.
No.
Yes,
you know
because
that
there's
male
an
and
interim,
female.
right?
Take a class.
Intersex. What is intersex?
That's a condition. They don't represent what's normal. They don't
Do you
represent what's
realize
normal.
intersex individuals are at a higher
Okay,
rate than just
how many hands do humans have?
Typically 2.
2, right? 2.
Typically
What about
2.
people with 1 hand? Does that change the fact that humans are meant they have 2 hands?
No.
That also doesn't make people with 1 hand wrong.
The humans, if you're to classify humans,
No, numbers of hands does not classify whether you're human or not. We use
if you're
different.
to
We use
classify,
different
yeah,
standards.
when you classify between a dog or human, you look at the characteristics.
It's not just
see how they are.
hands. There's a number of
You
things.
also
Yeah, there's
don't
different
call-
characteristics too. But
We
not every
usually
single
just use DNA.
characteristic. I mean, okay, sure, we can use DNA on you as well. But the argument to use when you differentiate between animals, you look at characteristics which might not be exclusive in every single example. in humans, not every single human might have a common thing between each other, but everyone's human because you have pattern recognition. Humans are able to detect patterns and create a category based on that.
Yeah.
Do you know that other animals can also
And it's not just hands. Sorry, go ahead.
other animals can also see patterns as well? Like, I mean, what does that have to do with the price of tea
An
and
animal,
like, what the
animals,
hell?
when they mate, they can smell if it's a female or a male. They can smell.
You know that
These
other
smell-
animals also don't give a shit about the sex of
Yeah,
other.
because they're gay or bisexual.
Okay, and that right there, you also like, oh my god, like.
But they know what sex is, and you don't.
You do realize that sex and gender are different, right?
I don't believe
He
in
doesn't
gender.
believe in gender. I mean, this is a first for me. I guess this is a way to
Oh.
avoid the argument
There are
entirely.
zero genders.
He's a
It's
gender
a made-up
abolitionist?
concept.
Wait, you're a gender abolitionist?
There are
Then
zero
what is
genders.
the point
Yes.
in caring about trans people then?
What's the point? Because you're
fantastic
identifying as a woman
Like,
or a man,
wait, so-
which would be incorrect.
Wait, I love talking to gender abolitionists because this is always so fascinating to me. So then what delineates us from other species?
Tracy, thank you so
You're
much.
a human being.
But what makes humans different?
Hold on,
You're a human.
Tracy Solis just paid to kick, but Artemis, I want you to finish your entire thought. I'll let you.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, it's just something that's really so with gender abolition. Something that kind of fascinates me is that, like gender is a human construct. It is a social construct to which we're prescribing cultural and societal like norms that relate, and this is typically related with the sex that we are assigned at birth. But there can be differences with this. So that's why I was just curious because like gender abolitionists, their arguments kind of fall flat because when you ask, well, how would we tell the difference between a human that is female and a human that is male, you would start then describing societal expectations and norms that you would prescribe, like long hair, makeup would be someone who would present typically female, but then you're going to have males that would present this the same way. That's why gender abolition is interesting, but not a well thought out concept. So that was my 2 cents.
The fact that he kept saying, "Oh, I can guarantee you have XY chromosomes." Okay, run me my 10 grand, bud.
Yeah, that's also something interesting is that like people put so much stock in chromosomes and but don't understand what chromosomes are doing. Like if I were to like, I don't even know this off the top of my head, but like if I was to ask everybody in here what chromosomes make someone's eyes blue or brown, maybe one person might know off the top of their head, but people talk about chromosomes like it's the end all be all of every conversation when it comes to the human experience. Like I can guarantee you there's not a single person in this room that didn't know their gender until they learned what chromosomes were. Like Pickles, did you not know that you were that you were a boy until you learned that XY chromosomes equaled male?
I didn't know that. No.
You didn't know
No.
you were a boy?
No.
At 14, you were like, oh my gosh, it makes
No.
sense.
Like I was in 8th grade biology. I'm like, oh shit, I am a boy. Like no, no.
Right, like
Exactly. So that's why it's a ridiculous argument, and that's why I like digging into the social aspects of gender. It's much more fascinating.
exactly.
So
That was
I will
fun
hop,
though. I
I will hop down.
Yeah,
I-
you can kick me too.
All right.
Yeah,
Love
it'll
you
help your
guys.
algorithm if you kick us.
All right. I'll catch y'all later. Thank you so much. Da-da-da-dum, golly, people are. Thank you for the mute. Chat. If you're a Trump supporter, please stay in the box. If you're not, please hop out of the box. And if I just kicked you, please come back tomorrow. Yellow, are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, bud. Yes, sir.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Well, not anything lately. As far as the news.
Say that again.
Oh, sorry, I got my mic off.
You're good.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I was just trying to hop on that last conversation. They got kind of wild.
Are you of the idea that he was right or that my other guests were correct?
Well, I don't know. I want to talk about it. I wish I was trying to hop in and get on the conversation with them. I had two youngins on my hip, and I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be rude, but I need to get off here.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. All right. Thanks for coming
Okay,
out.
have a good night.
You too.
Hey, hey.
Oh, sorry. Love that southern drawl, baby. Hello?
Hello.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am. I just had a question for you, though.
Uh-huh.
You stated earlier that the United States was the first person or first country that invoked Article 5.
Uh-huh.
Where are you getting the data?
I'm sorry?
Where are you getting that data?
I'm saying it was the most recent one, right?
No. United States didn't invoke Article 5.
Okay.
You said United States invoked Article 5.
And
Correct?
yes, NATO invoked Article 5, its collective defensive clause in response to the 9/11
So
terrorist attack.
hold on. Who invoked Article 5?
I'm not sure, but it was to come to save the United States, right? To come
Right,
to help
I understand
the
that,
United
but
States.
who invoked Article 5?
Who?
Who invoked Article
Tell me.
5?
Who?
The Allies.
Nice. So
go to NATO.int. Hold on, let me finish. Go to NATO.int. It specifically says that the Allies and NATO invoked Article 5 to show their unity with the United States.
nice. So my point still stands that we are the only nation to have summoned our friends to aid.
We didn't
Correct?
summon them. We didn't summon them.
We are the only ones
We didn't
to have
summon them. They came
utilized
to
our allyship.
Hold on. Stop being disingenuous. Okay? We didn't summon them. They came to our aid.
So we were the only ones who
Correct?
benefited, correct?
I'm not debating that.
Okay, that's what I'm debating.
You
That's
were
my
debating.
point.
No. Your stance was with the previous guy that United States was
I'm
the
not splitting
only
hairs with you on
people
this.
that invoked.
My point still stands
Right,
that we are
'cause
the
you're
only
wrong.
one. Okay.
Don't be a narcissist.
I'm not being a narcissist. You're just splitting hairs
You
on the
are.
wrong idea. This is not being wrong. You may have more details on this. I will concede that the United States didn't invoke it themselves. That's the truth,
dude.
But it still stands that we're the ones benefiting from our NATO partnership or NATO alliance, not everyone else.
I
That's
agree
what
with
I'm
that.
illustrating.
Right, but we didn't ask for that, right?
Oh, give me a
They
break.
gave that.
Okay.
You're such a narcissist. I swear to God, anytime that you are proven wrong, you have to wiggle out of your stance. Your stance was with the previous guy is NATO was only invoked by the United States. Period. You're wrong. Just say you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't even think that's wrong.
Why am I being muted?
Just because you're stuck on the
So you
smallest
can have some
detail, the
time?
least important detail. No, my mods are muting you.
The least important detail.
Yeah.
If I make a claim about you, right? Emphatically make the claim about you, and then you come back and say, hey, that's wrong.
Are you still
Right?
yapping about this, dude?
Just take the L, bro.
It still stands that United States has benefited from our relationship with NATO more than other countries. That's what I'm illustrating. I'm still correct. I'm sorry this is happening to you.
It's not, no, nothing's happened to me. I'm sorry it's happening to you.
It's happened
But
all the
you
way.
made a stance in front of, there was 1,100 people that take you and your credibility and they turn around. And I listen to you all the time, right? And I hear things that you say from other creators, right? So there are 1,100 people that will regurgitate what you said based upon your credibility.
And I know you're a stickler.
right?
I know you're a
And
stickler
you're
about
wrong.
lies. I bet you're just a real stickler.
Dude. All right. Take the L.
Thanks, bud.
You're welcome. Now, next time when you talk about Article 5, you can correctly inform the
I
1,100
will
people
do.
that
I
are in
don't. I
here.
would hate to hurt a soft conservative's feelings by saying that we
Oh, I'm
invoked it
not
rather
soft.
than NATO
You are
invoked it.
soft. You are soft. You are so soft you can't even admit you were wrong.
I literally just conceded to you formally, in literally the most direct way I could possibly think of, and I stated it to you. Do you just want more? You want me on my knees? What do you want?
No, 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 no. Trust me. I don't want you on your knees.
Okay.
Right? You don't have to go that route. But I'm cool. As long as you don't repeat it, I'm good.
Got it, guys.
All right.
All right.
Have a nice night.
You too. Guys, we are the only ones to have ever invoked NATO. Article 5, United States. Article 5 has only been invoked once in history, and that was by the US after September. Like, he didn't even say who did it. He just said our allies did it. Is he just trying to say that he heard? Maybe he heard somewhere that it wasn't us, and that's what he's repeating? Okay, this is literally from a French. That was from a French website, lemonde.fr, shape.nato.int, invoking Article 5. Literally, it was us. Literally, it was us. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Pika. Yeah. Here's one. Article 5, Pillar of NATO, undermined by Donald Trump. Blah, 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 blah. It's only been invoked once, and that was by the US. Where does it... what? This guy came up here and preached to me about something he was completely wrong about. Did I just get gaslit, dude? Did I just get fucking gaslit?
Very much so. Very much so. Yeah, we're a part of NATO. So when we're attacked, us being part of NATO, that invoked Article 5. I don't know what that guy. He's back in queue actually. That was 100% bullshit. I'm right, you're wrong.
Bush requested that NATO invoke Article 5. Oh my god.
Yeah. Because we're part of NATO.
Oh my god.
Right. Because we're part of NATO, so we went to NATO, and then NATO has to invoke it. He was gaslighting the shit out of you.
Dude, get fucked. Get fucking wrecked, MAGA. Oh my god.
Oh, he was back in queue. He's not anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Get fucking wrecked,
That was
guys.
probably pretty embarrassing.
This reminds me of Einstein. There's a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about Einstein's greatest plunder, and it was a time that he thought he was wrong, and he was actually right.
That was the only time he's ever been wrong.
Yeah,
I thought it was wrong once, but I proved myself right. So
Yeah.
I was wrong about being wrong. I like it. I like it. But apparently Donald Trump's smarter than that. I don't know. That's wild. I was hoping he'd be back. Get back in here. Why not? That's like being named, yeah, sure.
Trisha, thank you so much. Pickles, treat for the stress in the room, please. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Scooby Snack. What's up, user?
User, are you there? There she goes. She got her treat.
Here she goes.
Why was Mark
walking
so
down
obsessed with
the
Satanism?
street,
Satanism is actually kind of fucking based, bro.
getting the funniest looks from everyone we meet.
I just wanted to say, technically, no country will ever invoke Article 5 because you can only request that NATO invoke Article 5. Like, that's what he's hanging it on.
Oh. Okay. Okay. I like that. I like
It's
knowing
so
that
dumb.
too.
It's so dumb. You have to request it, and then NATO votes on it and invokes it. You can't have one nation invoke it. You have to request it. That's what Bush did.
Yep, yep.
So silly.
So we did initiate. We called for help, and they came. That's what that sounds like to me.
And they invoked it. Yeah.
Damn. Damn.
You got gas.
He's coming over here going, technically, the sky is not blue. It is robin's egg today. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
You
All right,
see,
I'm
by
gonna
the
keep
time
listening.
it actually gets through the refractory stage, it comes to us blue, but it starts off as a, yeah, that's what was happening.
Yeah.
Oh, he wait, just doing it right says bring me back up, but that's not the guy, is it? I'm doing yard work, so I don't know who.
I think
okay.
just doing it right might have been paid to kick though, so I don't think I can. You have
Were
to come
they?
back tomorrow, bro.
Hey, did you see my text?
I did see that. Yellow.
I've been keeping an eye on the guests. I haven't seen them though.
Yeah, should I wear
Do
my
you
hat?
want me to drop pickles?
Yeah, I got you. I'll drop you. Love you. You're the best, Andrew.
Yeah, we don't need to speak in code, but apparently Charlie Kirk has been going around to lives and been bombing in the lives. Just he's only joining the chat and just like talking in the chat, but he's been joining lives. The people that went out to Texas A&M, he's been jumping in the lives. Yeah. So keep an eye out. As soon as I see him, I'm gonna bite in his ass though. Get up here, Charlie. Let's go, Chuck. What's up, Chuck? We got Alex.
What's up,
Alex been
gentlemen?
paid to kit?
What's up, Alex? What do you want, dude?
Just
What do you want
hanging
this
out,
time?
bro. Just trying to get you some money. You know, people love hearing the truth, so you already know, man. You're gonna make some money off this shit right now.
Yeah, yeah,
Alex,
yeah,
like,
yeah, 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 yeah.
you made me dry right now, and that's not even like physically possible. I don't know. How'd you do that?
Bro, I'd really prefer if, like, well, come on, like, what are you talking about right now?
Yeah, I think the whole room just collectively covered their drinks, Alex. That's what I'm talking about.
Pickles, why is this guy, like, literally, like I've never attacked anyone or disrespected anyone. Like, what are you on about, man?
You came in here creepy as shit, man. That's what I'm talking about.
Creepy as shit? Like, what the fuck? I haven't said anything. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, hold yourself together, Tic Tac. Don't believe everyone is just someone to attack. Like, kid, relax. Stop acting fucking 12. I'm a grown ass man. You sound like one, but you're acting like a kid. Relax a little bit.
Okay. I'll relax. Do some meditation. Okay. Okay, go. What do you got?
What do you guys think about the new constitutional crisis that you guys keep, spouting? Do you actually think there's any constitutional crisis?
Yeah, I think that if we can't make Trump do something that was a reverse in action that was unconstitutional, he can do it over and over again with no recourse. So, like, what if he wanted to, say, deport all people who were non-citizens of a certain color or a certain sexuality? What if he wanted to do that and send them all to CCOT? Can we stop him? Is there recourse? And it looks like there might not be.
My question is, the guy's actually from El Salvador. Like, why is he actually even in CCOT? Like, if you deport people, like, the government's supposed to take them. Like, why is he in CCOT if he hasn't committed crimes in
We brought them
El
directly to
Salvador?
CCOT. So, like, he didn't commit crimes in El Salvador. We brought a whole plane full of people there that had no criminal record whatsoever. And they said, hey, listen, we can't even take some of these people because they're female. We don't jail females. That's the relationship we have with CCOT. We send them right to the prison. So for you to act like Trump did this on accident, he purposefully did not give these people due process. It wasn't an accident.
Well,
and he just sent them straight to the prison.
This idea of due process is my question. Like, what makes you believe, or like, why is it not constant, like, due process if it's immigration related? So immigration relation, when you have an immigrated related case, like, it's not adjudicated by a judge. Like, right now, my wife is going through an immigration process. She's from the Dominican Republic. First off, we make sure that we don't break any laws or associate with people who break the law. That's rule number one. We don't jaywalk. We don't use fucking self-checkout. We're very, very careful because we understand that soon we're going to go in front of an immigration officer, and he's going to make a decision. And I'm not going to get a day in court to say, like, are you going to be allowed into the country or not? So in that sense, like, that is the due process. An officer can make a decision and say, like, no, you're not allowed in this country.
There's due process for people to have legal permanent residence. There's due process for people doing asylum claims. There's due process for people who are seeking protection from the country they fled from. This guy had a protective order to keep him from being deported to El Salvador. It was specifically stated he should not be sent to that country. And what did he do? He broke that protective order and sent him directly to that country. Didn't say there was a reason, didn't prove in court that he was this extra threat that this court didn't know about. Nothing. So what this causes is a crisis where a president can short circuit our judicial system and just skip it and send people to prison. And that is terrifying. That is an action we don't want any one person to have ever, nowhere on earth.
But it's not like he chose the people. Like, hey, I don't want this guy. Like, he's part of a T group, or what's been labeled as a T group.
No, he's not.
So he's not MS-13.
He's not.
No,
no, he's not.
Oh my God.
No,
You guys keep
not until he's
saying
proven
that,
in
but you have
court.
absolutely no proof.
The judge, the first time he was accused of that, it was written down in court documents, and then it was later found that there was no evidence to substantiate this claim. And the criminal.
So then, why did the two judges say that he was part of MS-13?
No, it was just written in. It was not a court case to determine whether he was part of a gang. That was not what the court's case was about.
The only thing the
So you
court
don't
case
trust
said,
three-letter agencies at all? Is basically
the only thing the court case said was that that a cop had talked to a CI, and the CI had said he was. It was like hearsay of hearsay.
Yeah, even if this guy is full-blown MS-13, he needs due process. Before sending him to the worst prison on earth, he needs due process.
You don't need due process if you are part of a T group.
Yeah, you do.
You just
And
need a
the only way-
removal order.
The only way your argument works is if you keep calling him part of a T group.
You can't
He's
just
not part of a T group.
You
though.
need to
He
prove
is.
that they're part of a T group.
Yep.
In court.
No, because whenever
okay,
you have,
well then you're a
whenever
T
you have-
group. You're part of a T group.
No,
Boom.
but
away with you. Boom. Why can't I
no,
do that?
That's not how it works, man.
Well,
So
how does it
we're-
work?
Yeah, it
we're-
is. That's exactly what he's
How
trying
does
to
it
do.
work?
He's trying to label.
What we're doing is using the law enforcement to actually make decisions.
No.
So law
we're not.
enforcement is actually like, do you not believe that anyone can make a decision based off their
No,
insight?
somebody
into a
who makes
specific thing?
50 grand a year is not going to be in charge of the rest of someone's life on a whim. No, I'm good. That's a dumb take.
Why would they have to why are you bringing up their income? Like, you guys are all about like trusting people in positions of power. Like, that's all you guys talk
we're
about.
not.
Like, you got to trust
we're
these
not.
people. You got to trust.
We
these
don't say
people.
that. We don't say that. So don't say that. Don't put that on us, because that's not what we say. And here's the thing, man. You keep insisting that he's part of this T group, and that's what Donald Trump wants you to do. He labels this entire group of people as terrorists, right? And then he can point at anybody he wants and say, they're part of this group. Get them out of here. Now, what he's trying to do is establish groups like Antifa. Those are American citizens who are just anti-fascist. And he's trying to say, if you're part of Antifa, you're part of a T group. So now we're talking about American citizens that he's pointing a finger at and saying, hey, you're now part of this T group. Hold on, I'm almost done. He's pointing at American citizens and saying, I just labeled this group as a T group, and you're part of that group. So guess what happens to that American citizen? They now go to CCOD. That's why this is dangerous.
That is not gonna happen.
Alex, I have a question.
Bro,
That is never going to happen.
He's literally talked about doing it.
That's never going to happen. Like,
He's
this is
already
just more
said
fear-
they're going
more
to
fear
do
mongering.
it.
Hold on. In fact, Trump's own aide, this guy from fucking Hungary, mentioned he's the head of counterterrorism in the United States in Trump's cabinet. He's mentioned making us talking about this right now an act of terrorism. You're fucking
He said if you
wrong.
stand up for
Making
Garcia,
what?
Abrigo
Making what?
Garcia,
A
he
act
said
of
if you
terrorism?
stand up for Abrigo Garcia, you are aiding and abetting a T-word, terrorist, and you can be shipped
Sebastian
off too.
Gorka.
That comes out of the Trump administration's own mouth.
Yes. Sebastian Gorka, a fucking Hungarian from authoritarian ass Hungary, bro. Trump has
Hey,
him on his
Alex.
panel for counterterrorism.
Alex, I have two simple questions for you. You said a moment ago that we should allow law enforcement to make decisions.
I'm just basically trying to
That's
say.
a yeah. I'm asking if
they
that's what you
use
said.
Intelligence. They use.
I'm asking you if that's what you said.
Of course, yes. I mean,
Oh, okay. Are you innocent until proven guilty?
Not when you come. When
Are you innocent until proven guilty? Yes or no?
I am, because I'm a U.S. citizen. And
No. That doesn't. That's actually not how that works. So if you knew anything about the Constitution and the Supreme Court rulings that have already been made, due process applies to everybody on United States soil. So I will again ask you one more question: is everyone in this country innocent until proven guilty? in a court of
I
law.
think you're conflating immigration.
I'm not conflating anything. I'm not conflating anything. Answer the
Well,
question,
you're not
please.
going to allow me to say anything.
I'm not. Well, if you were telling me that I'm conflating something, I'm going to correct you. So again, one more time. Just real quick, if like a tourist from like Italy comes over and like they commit a crime, do they also get to go to court and be proven innocent?
It depends.
No, it's a yes or no. It's a simple yes or no
Depends
question.
what the crime is.
No, it doesn't depend on the crime at all, ever.
Sure. I mean, if they
Can you find me the statute or the law or the provision in the Constitution that says it depends on the crime?
But what
Can you?
you're asking me right now, if an Italian
No, I'm asking you right now if you can find me the provision, the law, or the bit in the Constitution that says it depends on the crime.
Nicholas, make it a little more personal. Let's say an immigrant from the Dominican Republic. Do they deserve? No, seriously. Do they deserve due process?
Not if you're committing crimes.
We're talking
How do
about
we
your
determine
wife.
if they're committing a crime, bro?
We're literally talking about your wife. Your
what do you
wife,
mean?
They accuse her of committing a crime and they just deport her. They don't ever find her guilty.
Actually,
of it.
Alex. I want to level set, Alex. I want to level set. Alex? I want to level set. What is due process?
I'm gonna get.
No. I want to be sure that you. I want to be sure that you know what is due
yelling,
process.
sir. Stop
I'm not
yelling.
yelling. I'm definitely not yelling.
I gotta respond
What
to TikTok
is? No, you don't. What is
gotta
due
respond to
process?
TikTok.
No, you
I
don't.
gotta respond
What
to you.
is? Well, I want to be
Yeah,
sure
I gotta
that you
respond to TikTok.
understand. I want to be sure that you understand what due process is before you respond to it.
No, I'm
What
gonna respond to
is due process?
TikTok. So essentially,
What is due process, Alex? You can't answer that question until we understand that you know what due process is.
Jeez, bro, you're really like.
What is due process, Alex?
Bro, get it through your thick head.
What
I'm not
is
talking
due
to you,
process?
I'm talking
Too
to
bad. You're going to have to listen to me talk to you then. What is due
You're gonna
process,
listen
Alex?
to me talk to TikTok.
What is due process, Alex?
TikTok. So
What is due process, Alex? What is due process, Alex? What is due process, Alex? You're not going to talk. You're not going to get to answer TikTok's question until you explain what due process is.
You actually just have to be. There's going to be a decision made, so you actually don't.
What is due process,
commit a
Alex?
crime. An officer could basically just say,
What is due process, Alex?
In my opinion, I don't believe.
No,
that
they
your
can't.
Is valid, or I don't.
No,
believe
they
that you have
can't.
to together. And you
No,
will
they
have to be
can't.
admitted. You're not going to be admitted.
No, they cannot, Alex.
All right. Let's stop. The point of due process is that so an arresting officer is not judge, jury, and executioner. That is fucking dumb. It's un-American. For you to start justifying this for a certain group of people is dangerous. It's what Trump
It's not
wants.
dangerous. It's
gross.
just the way that it's been. It's the way that it
It's
works.
not the way that it's been.
That is the way that it is. So
Do you know why it's dangerous, Alex?
Take TikTok's
Alex, do you know
own
why it's
example.
dangerous?
You know
Alex,
what
do you know why
TikTok
it's
just asked
dangerous?
me? TikTok
Alex,
just asked me. He said,
do
if
you
a-
understand
if the
why it is
Dominican-
dangerous?
If the Dominican comes into the United States and asks for permission to stay, if they
So
ask
here's
for
the thing,
permission to stay,
Alex. What is the mechanism?
will you
Right. What is
have
the
a day in
forcing
court? And the
function?
answer
I
is
want
no,
you
you
to,
don't have
Alex.
a day in court when you're asking for
Alex.
permission.
Alex, what is the forcing function? What is the forcing function that requires the United States government
People
to
say
give
that, Rob,
you,
I'm
hold on,
literally going
to give
through
you
this process
as
right
a
now.
United States citizen? No. I'm asking you, what is the forcing function that requires the United States government to allow you as an American citizen your time in court? What is the forcing function? What is the physical mechanism that forces the government to do that?
Again, I am an American citizen. It's
No,
different.
I understand that. No. I don't. You don't understand what I'm asking you. You don't understand what I'm asking you, Alex. Because if we only say that American citizens have due process, then no one in this country has due process.
That's not true.
It 100% is. Let me explain it to you.
When it comes to immigration,
No, Alex.
you don't
Alex, I'll
have-
explain it.
you
Alex,
think all
I
the-
will
every
explain it to
single
you.
case- every single
Alex,
immigration
shut
case
up.
is adjudicated?
Dude,
Do you
Alex.
actually believe that? And
Alex,
do you actually
shut
believe
up.
that?
Alex,
you
shut up.
actually-
Shut the fuck up,
Shut the
Alex.
fuck
I'm
up.
going to
Shut the
explain
fuck
this
up.
to you
Shut the
because you
fuck up,
don't
you
want to
dumb bitch.
listen.
I could say it
If
too.
only
my
United
dick.
States citizens
don't give a fuck.
have due process, then no one in this country has due process, Alex, because there is nothing stopping the federal government from looking at you and saying, I don't like what you're doing. You're no longer an American citizen. I don't like what you're saying. You're part of a T group. There is no forcing function that requires the American government to say, actually, because you're a United States citizen, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. There is nothing. There's nothing. It's either everybody in this country has due process or no one in this country has due process, Alex.
There you go.
I didn't hear shit you said, so fuck off.
Color me fucking shocked, you twat.
You, bro, shut the fuck up, man. I'm gonna argue with you.
Okay.
All right. I think
So-
all right, we need to change this up. This is not.
Okay.
It's not working. Laney battle in 13 minutes? Oh shit.
Yeah,
That's
I think
right.
Brett's going to be on with her. Or them, rather.
Oh, she's going to be fighting alongside Brett Cross?
I believe so.
Nice.
I think I like briefly saw Brett's Discord message and just kind of scrolled away from it because I was working.
Love that.
You're gonna battle both of them at the same time? Or you need a partner?
I'm not battling them.
Oh, I thought you said battle in 13 minutes.
Yeah, she came here for a call to action to like have people come support her in her battle.
Gotcha.
That's like the one piece of TikTok lives that I will never really understand.
Yeah. Guys, I'm just filling up my my supplements, my weekly supplements in their little cases right now. So give me a sec.
Also, how's the new apartment? I feel like I haven't talked to you since you moved.
I love it. It's nice. It's cozy. It's just perfect. Everything I need. It's slowly filled out too. I've got furniture. The most recent thing I got, I'll show y'all in a second. I got a little bench for the foot of my bed.
Nice.
And got some neon lights. Well, some fake neon lights. They're actually like LED. Faux neon. Let me see.
I got a new car.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got a Nissan Aria. It's like an EV SUV style thing.
Nice.
Nice. Congrats. Is it new or just new to you?
I mean both.
I like the new to me.
You can see
I like
my
used
little
cars better.
my little thing. It's my little thing. And I got like a little on-air light
nice.
right here. That's nice. Slowly filling out. Slowly building out. Maybe a MAGA's in the box. I can't tell. I don't know. My thing. Okay, let's see. Yellow.
Hello?
Hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
Not currently, no.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
That's okay. Are you? Did you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, actually, I had a quick question for everybody here. I don't know if you guys, I'm a farmer. We are currently very much struggling. I'm down in Missouri. And there are, at least 50-50 right now between everyone that I'm seeing locally that do and do not support Trump, which is kind of big. I don't know if you guys have been to a red state, but 50-50 is huge. Yeah, we're all having a really hard time. All of our grants have been canceled or frozen. I know our farm had we had a $3,200 grant with the USDA to support community programs for the local elementary and middle schools. We were going to build all their garden beds, get them a garden club, and genuinely, I will still be doing that. We will, the farm's going to be eating half of that, and I will do the rest, but that's been canceled, and I'm not the only one. Like, this is kind of like I'm just someone in a red state amongst many. There are many people in blue states, red states that are bigger grants that are being canceled
I'm
right
kind
now.
of curious as well. What did you mean by not currently?
Yeah, what do you mean by not currently?
Not currently voting for Trump.
Yeah.
Not current. When asked if you were a Trump supporter, you said not currently, implying either you have been or there's a possibility you will be.
Correct. No, I will not. I will not be. So there's no future. But in terms of the past for 2016, I was an ignorant, stupid little biatch. Did not understand much. Didn't quite I've done a lot of traveling, but I really did not understand much. And I've done a lot of research, a lot of talking, and really regret that decision. So.
And then
what about 2024?
Oh, that was Kamala. No.
Love it.
Okay. W growth.
Impressive.
It took, no. My family, they're still conservative, but I'm still trying to talk with them. So.
I can usually, and I hate that I say this, I can understand when people voted for him in 2016. Past then, no. I don't. Nope. I get it for 2016 because outsider, you want something different. It's easy to feel othered. I get it. I can understand it. I don't approve of it. I can understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one thing that I do have a question for everyone is one thing that I am seeing where it's obviously the people who are digging in their heels with being a Trump supporter and also being farmers and seeing the reaping what they sow really. But there are people who are liberal, have voted for Kamala, and been Democratic many times, right? And they are still reaping the sowing of everyone else. So how do we support? I guess the people locally. How do we support our neighbors?
I don't know. This is as much as I know how to do. This is as far as I've gotten, is make a platform where I can talk to people and try to educate them and deconstruct their whateverism. But that's as far as I've gotten.
Yeah, I mean, I've since the election, in the past year, I've been probably a lot more politically active than I have been at any other point in my life. And anytime there's a protest or earlier this month I was at the Capitol, talking to the committee because there was an anti-trans bill that was being legislated on here, and it's just being as involved and as aware as you can be of what's going on around you within the capacity that you can manage.
So, Cassidy, do you have a pen and paper or something you can write down a few things?
Yes.
Okay. There's a really good group. It's called Indivisible.
Indivisible. Okay.
Yep, you can check them out. Whatever state you're in, just do Indivisible, and you can find your state. Join them. Give them your address, or I'm sorry, give your email. They will give you lists of protests going on within your community. Go to those protests.
Okay.
Marginalized communities are being attacked right now, greatly. Specifically, the LGBTQ community, the houseless community, people of color, and people with disabilities, women. All marginalized communities. So if you can get involved with the houseless shelters in your area, they always need support, and not just money. They can use food, they can use clothing. Socks are really important, underwear, feminine products. Go to findhelp.org. That's a
Yeah.
really good site. If you come across anybody who is in need of medical equipment, let's say you come across somebody who's struggling and they need a wheelchair, findhelp.org can find areas in your community to get necessities to people in need. So those are
Awesome.
3 really good ways you can reach out immediately.
Thank you for that. I will absolutely be looking into those. And I appreciate that. I appreciate your research and I appreciate you reaching out to other people to get them involved.
We're not going to make it through this if we don't help each other.
And, it's all
This isn't
about
a pull
community.
yourself up by the bootstraps. We need each other in this.
It's never about bootstraps. It's all about neighbors, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to head out. But thank you all so much for this discussion. And I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Sure, be safe.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. I actually had somebody DM me the other day. I'm not going to put their name out there, but they might be in here. I gave out that findhelp.org information a few months back, and he DM'd me and he said he's been struggling trying to find his child a wheelchair because the insurance wasn't going to cover it for another 2 years. They only resupply wheelchairs every 5 years, insurance will. And his kid had a broken wheelchair, and that's literally a tool that people with disabilities use to get around. So if you don't have wheels, imagine you don't have legs. It's about the same thing. So I told him, hey, go here, see if they can't help, and they got him a brand new wheelchair within a month.
Hell
It's
yeah.
really good. It's really good site. Yeah, 5 years. They only replace them. Wheelchairs are not like, I don't know why things that are needed in the disability community are so freaking expensive. They're ungodly expensive. But just a manual wheelchair, an everyday wheelchair, not even a automatic one with those things are like 400 pounds and as much as a car. They're about $30,000 for a new one of those. But even just a manual wheelchair, for a good one that's fitted, it's $5,000, easy.
Wow.
And insurance will only cover it once every 5 years. So if you break it at 3 years in, sorry, bud, your legs are done. You don't have legs for 2 years.
I guess I never thought about the fact that wheelchairs have to be fitted.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you're going to do an everyday one, like if you're just like if you break your leg or something and you can't walk for 6 weeks, that's just a hospital chair. But if you're in an everyday chair, that's something you need to get around. It's the difference between having pain and not having pain, being in a fitted chair.
That's interesting.
My chair, I need to slim down. My chair's rubbing a little bit on my sides where it wasn't rubbing before. That's why I know when it's time to lose weight. I got to go back on my diet. I'm rubbing.
Someone said my manual chair was $8,000. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a good chair though. $8,000. That was a specialty chair.
I retired from a wheelchair company that sells fitted wheelchairs for up to $30,000. Jesus, bro.
Oh, I took a shot today. I took my. I got a. It's not infusion. It's just a shot once a month. It was $20,000 for one shot. Yeah, man, it was 1 cc of medicine. It's 20
Taking the fucking super soldier serum? Goddamn.
Yeah, I wish. I fucking wish.
Yellow? What's up, Fire Squad?
Hey, Pickles, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Just a
Did
nice.
you have a good time? The debates and stuff?
I did. This week?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. Super cool.
Yeah. A few videos of you look like you're having a good time. I'm kind of sick, so if I sound a little scratchy.
Well, you got
I
the
got a
cooties?
question. Right. So, what was I going to say? Okay, now I remember. So, if we have somebody that goes in front of an immigration judge and they're not granted amnesty, but they are not allowed to return to their home country, what can we do with those people?
I think we should be able to allow them to apply for residence. But we don't need to deport. Like, when you deport somebody, that's sending them back to their home country. What are we going to do? Deport them to some country that'll take them, like a refugee, or like I don't
Oh
get
no,
it.
because I think deportation should be a last option personally.
Yeah.
Especially if they haven't committed any crimes while they've been here.
Yeah.
But it's a hard bead. Like, what do? You can't send them home, and
If
you
there's a
can't keep them locked
like,
up or anything.
usually there's a reason you can't send them home, and if there's a legitimate reason you can't send them home, they should have a legitimate asylum case.
Yeah, you would think. Why did
He
I'm
was in the
sorry,
middle
the
of
guy
it.
from
Abrego Garcia.
Huh?
He was in the middle of it.
Yeah.
It takes
But
years.
why did the judge say that why did the judges deny his amnesty? I don't understand. The second one said that denied his amnesty, but he couldn't go back home because of fear of the Microsoft 13. That ought to be reason enough to grant amnesty. Yeah.
Possibly. I think you're saying amnesty and asylum are different.
I'm sorry, asylum. Yeah, my apologies.
You're good. Judge refused to grant.
No, he didn't deny his asylum. He just didn't grant it to him. Like, he said that you still have to go through the process, and his hearing hasn't been held yet.
Oh, is that what it was?
That was my understanding of it.
Because that hasn't been making any sense to me, how they can deny it yet say you can't. For fear of your life, you're not allowed to go back home. Like, you would think that'd be an instant case for it.
I think it had something to do with the time between when he came in to when he actually did it. The judge was allowing him to still go through the asylum process, but he had denied it at that moment because he didn't do it within the correct time frame. There was a lot to it, but regardless, is like that. The end result was he was allowed to stay here. He was allowed to work here. He joined a union. He got married and had kids, and then he was deported without due process. That's the argument.
Yeah. I mean, either way, he should not have been. He should not. I don't think anybody should be sent over there. The whole idea of sending people to a place like that is absolutely horrid.
Yeah. Because then they're not protected by any constitutional rights, and they can do whatever the hell they want to them over there.
His 2019 immigration case isn't public, but documents from it have been filed in the current case. Bondi posted some documents from it on social media. They show an immigration judge who handled his bond hearing found that DHS contention is that he was a member of MS-13 appears to be trustworthy, while also acknowledging that there are inconsistencies in the report DHS relied upon. The judge denied Abrego Garcia's bond, and an immigration court appeals board issued a 2-page order upholding court ruling.
I'm gonna run, Pickles. You guys take care.
All right, bro.
Take care.
A different immigration judge handled Abrego Garcia's asylum claim. That judge didn't rule on the issue of whether or not the government had proved Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, but the judge reviewed all the evidence presented in the case and found that Abrego Garcia provided credible responses to the question asked, and that his testimony was consistent with his asylum application and other documents. The judge didn't grant asylum because Abrego had filed his application 7 years after entering the U.S., well beyond the 1-year deadline. That's why.
That's why. Okay. Yeah, we need to. I think our whole process needs a rework. It's an old system, and it just needs to be reworked. But
so, such a ruling prevents deportation to a person's home country and allows that person the right to remain in the U.S. and work legally. But according to American Immigration Council, the government is still allowed to deport that person to a different country if the other country agrees to accept them. It does not allow a path to permanent residence or a citizenship in the U.S. So it was just in limbo.
yeah, it's like a situation that wasn't accounted for. They probably didn't foresee that happening. So now that we do know it exists, it needs fixed. But you don't see anybody working to fix it or even really addressing it.
Yeah.
Because their point isn't to do this legally. They don't want to fix it. They want to scare people. That's the point.
Yeah. Just like someone said on YouTube just now, after Democrats flooded it with 20 million illegal immigrants, what are we supposed to do? And it's like, okay, none of that's true. You dumb.
But you know what? The crazy part is, and I don't know, I haven't been on this platform very long, but it seems like the last week, we're getting a lot more MAGA people that are just flat out saying, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. I mean, you've noticed it too.
Off, man. This is fascist drift, my guy. Like we are seeing the end stages of fascism within this country. Like it's officially taken hold. It's taken decades. It's taken about 40 years to actually take hold, but this is it.
It's scary.
Yeah. Do you remember in the 1980s and 90s when they were saying people were flooding the border to come over here and they're going to take our jobs? And then like in the early 2000s, it was they're coming over to hurt our women and kids. And then the 2020s, they're killing our people. They're unaliving them with the F stuff, right? And now it's 2025, and it's just full on. They're invading our country. We have to hurt people to stop them from invading. And it wasn't happening in the 80s. They weren't coming in to take our jobs. It's not happening in 2025. It just took 40 years for this sort of fascism to be acceptable. Because you couldn't start this in the 1980s, be like, they're just coming over here to invade our country and hurt everybody. Because everybody would have looked around and been like, what the fuck are you talking about? But they did this increasingly over the decades, and this is the end result of it.
Well, and the problem is honestly, it doesn't really matter because nothing's being done, and this will forever be a talking point until we address our immigration system. The whole thing, front to back, I think. And it's going to take bipartisan working together to get it done. And who knows when that'll be an option, to be honest with you. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Pickles, it's nice seeing you, man. I'm glad you had a good time and you made it back safe. That's awesome.
Appreciate it, dude. You take it easy,
Take care, brother.
All right.
I will.
Yeah, man, be safe.
You too. Bye.
I got Rich Poor in the queue. Yeah.
Oh, let's do it. No, let's not. This guy.
Basically, my perspective, I enjoyed the Uneff America tour. It's cool seeing you, outside of the setup in real life. So my question is, do you plan on doing any more IRL content? Would you do that again or no?
Yeah.
One word answer. Are you not going to give me a full paragraph? I need at least a full paragraph. Go into full detail. You only gave me one word. Are you serious right now?
I went and bought I just ordered a mic setup on Amazon. I got a DJI mic coming in, and it's more stuff, more equipment for me to be ready to like do interviews or debates on a college campus or out in the wild. So
you can even hook up with your tin can.
Wow. You know what? That is a good idea. I'm not sure. Did the DNC pay for that, or did that come out of your own personal?
Hey, we're trying. I'm applying right now for the DNC. We're low on funds right now, though. We'll see.
It'll happen sooner or later. Yeah, it was cool seeing you guys, IRL though, not just in the home setup. So I do admit that was pretty cool.
Wait, were you there?
I wish I was. I would have definitely give you guys a run for your money. I definitely would have loved to be there.
I bet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it was
crazy is if we met you in real life and you actually talked like this, like through a walkie-talkie.
Well, you know what? I'm going to show up to one of these IRL events. It's going to be a surprise, so I promise you that much. It'll be a surprise. The main thing, though.
Last time I got a surprise, it was a wet willy.
Oh, it'll be better than that. Trust me. What I want to say though, I think the tour was a good idea. I just don't know how you justify like spending $100 million. That's the only thing. I seen you guys spent $100 million. I did see that on the website. No, I'm serious. That's my only criticism is that you guys spent $100 million. That was pretty insane.
Per influencer.
But yeah, that's the only thing I had to say. I think the tour is a great idea. I want to see you guys do more IRL content. It's pretty interesting. It's just the $100 million was a bit ridiculous, but that's all I have to say. So I appreciate it. That's all I have to say for today. Oh, by the way, I got a red hat that would look nice, better than that white hat. I got a red hat that would look actually.
Get out of here with that red hat, bro. Go on, get. Go on, get.
He didn't even scream once, man. I was trying to make him scream. He didn't. Yeah,
dude.
He didn't do the.
He's slowly becoming my favorite person to bring up. He's slowly becoming one of my favorite people to bring up.
That hurts so much. I don't know how he does that. I think I popped a lung. I hurt my spleen doing that. Jesus Christ.
Does Pickles have a Go On Get shirt? I do. I do have a Go On Get shirt. It was not 100 million. No, I know. It was 100,000. It was 100,000, and believe it or not, I don't even think it was a. I think it was still negative. The tour was still negative money.
Did they really spend $100,000 on that?
I think so.
Just to get all those people out there?
Yeah. Guys, if you're looking for the Go On Get shirts, they're right here. Dude, Charlie spent 500,000, and he had fewer people than us. That's for sure.
Did you see his video? Nah, he threw up a video calling out. All right, so you guys vote. He's like, I guess you guys left. You're not here. I was gonna talk to you. He waited to the very end.
Shut
and he looks at the camera. He's like, "Oh, you guys aren't here. I was gonna talk to you. I was gonna debate you."
Oh, here's my merch, guys. It's in the link in my bio. We will have more soon, guys. I'm sorry, but this is the only shirt we have right now. Go and get custom design, chat.
No hoodies yet.
We live in Trump's America. Of course, there's 100,000.
We don't live in Trump's America. It's fine. All right, man. I'm gonna bounce out. See if you get another debate before the log off for the night. But
all right, puppy.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon. You guys be safe.
All right. Pickles, thanks for taking a picture with me, dude. You made the whole trip worthwhile, bro. Somebody recognizing me for politics is dope. Next tour stop is where? We're not sure. We're not sure. I don't know. I'm standing by. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to, I'm sure, figure out what the next thing is. I think maybe even it might be a thing where, like, say, me and Chris or me and Johnny, like, on our own volition, go to a college campus and do something. I think that would be tight. I think that'd be dope. I would have so loved to go. Yeah, I know. There were so many people, and obviously, I mean, I felt this way too. When they were making the roster, I was like, dang, I wish I was picked. And then I was like looking at other people and measuring myself against them. I was like, dang, I'm cooler than that person or something like that, or I have more followers. I reached out and I was like, hey, is there an application process for this? And that's how I got involved. But yeah, I think there should have been maybe like a longer period of time to look over and choose creators who would have come. But I think they threw it together in 8 weeks. So you, Chris, Johnny, Felice would be good too. You should let some of your closer community do your planning. That's a good idea. RTP and Felice need to join. Yeah, it would be nice. I think we would pull a bigger crowd if we had somebody of more notoriety, like Dean. I think that would be fine. I don't think we have to go around antagonizing people like Charlie Kirk to get our message across. I think we could have something similar to what he does and bigger, because colleges usually tend to lean more liberal. I would fangirl Felice Femina. Yeah, me too. Swing states and areas. That's true. That's true. Trump just announced his 2028 run. Yikes. Texas A&M was not liberal. Pickles, I love your debating style. You were amazing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I saw the Trump 2028 thing on his website. I haven't had Tickfinity running this whole time, guys. Boom. There it is. TikTok chat's showing again too. Also, why is it offensive to call a woman a female? I would say that when we typically refer to people, we call them by a gender. When we refer to animals, we refer to them as their sex. That's why it's kind of, you're like dehumanizing them. So like I can be like, look at this female dog. But I would never say, look at this woman. This is not a woman. That's why. Do I need a mod? I might need some TikTok mod. I mean, some YouTube mods. If anybody wants to be a mod on YouTube, you can ask my bot on there to become a mod, and it will give you an application. If you guys want to apply to become a mod on YouTube, I need mods. Yellow?
Sorry, a man dressing up as a woman is not a woman. I don't know what you think in what world that's right.
Okay. I guess so.
I mean, there's female, there's males, and obviously you don't know the difference, and it's okay. I mean, we understand you're confused. So
you got me.
Maybe one of these days you'll wake up and realize that the truth is the truth.
You got me. What is a female?
It's an adult human.
A female's an adult human?
Yeah, by definition.
A female. A female?
How are you, sir? Good, are you?
So what about a baby that's born that's a female? That's an adult human? I guess I'm a woman or a female?
Well, we don't know what you are, but that's okay.
Okay. So you want to try that?
You don't know the difference.
You want to try that again? What's a female?
I'm not gonna try it again.
What's a female?
A female is a woman.
Okay, but what if you have? Do you have a daughter?
Listen, dude. Listen, you're not gonna sit here and convince anybody. Anybody with a
It sounds like you don't want to debate.
Sense,
do you want to debate or not?
Anybody with common sense knows A man is a male.
You're
And a
striking out.
female is a woman.
You're striking out. You're striking out.
Oh, I'm not striking out.
Okay.
Not at all.
Yeah, you are.
If
So
you're too
a
stupid and retarded to know what a woman and a
All right. Can't say slurs. I was Texas A&M. It was dope, dude. Can't say slurs, guys. I wanted to have the actual conversation with him, but I don't think he's capable. 10 people came to see you guys. I was live with 7.2 thousand people watching. So whether they were there in person or watching virtually, that is legit badass. It's a lot of exposure. Kirk had that number live? Nice. So I had the... No, he didn't have 7,000 people live. He had like 200 or 300 people. It was not 7,000. He's smoking. Still, that's not 7,000 people in the auditorium. But I had over 120,000 views. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Have anybody watched you do things? Like, has 7,000 people ever watched you do anything? Do you have anything you could do that 7,000 people would watch you do? If you do, that's dope. But that's what we got out of it. What's the like? Yeah, the slurs, guys. Slur. You can't say the R word. It's a slur. Can't say it. I have more than 22 million views on YouTube. I have 1 million views on YouTube now. I'm probably close to 1.5. And that's just after doing this for a month. On YouTube Shorts.
Hey, Pickles.
Hello, what's up, Trish?
Just wanted to reinforce that I was happy to donate and help you get there.
Big shout out, guys, to Trish, who funded my room. I had a fucking awesome room. It was actually a 2-bedroom hotel.
Yeah, that's what traveling my little butt off for work gets me. So happy to help.
That was fucking awesome. So thank you. Yeah, give a big shout out to Trish.
Yeah, I just love all the haters in the chat right now. Just being so freaking weird.
The people who
I
funded
just
it
want to
are
encourage
happy with
people
the
to
outcome.
donate what they can.
Yeah.
So whether it's points or a couple bucks, it does go a long way and helps. So
Yeah.
looking forward to you guys doing the next one.
I do too. I already bought a microphone. I want to go do more stuff. I want to get my ground game strong.
Yeah, I think focusing on like some of the swing states, or that Texas A&M was I know why you guys did it, but man, that's a hard school to get anybody to listen. But I thought you guys did a fabulous job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And there's still a lot of kids that want to be educated and hear facts, and when they only hear one side, it's really, really tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
True.
anyways, you can drop me down. Just
right.
wanted to encourage people to donate and not listen to the weirdos in the comments right now.
I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you, Trish.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Yeah, I think it's important to have a presence on college campuses now. Now that we see the like far right's game, and them like planting the seed of Trump running a third term. That was the first thing they did. I keep saying this, but the first thing they did was planted the seed of, hey, are you guys ready for Trump to run a third term? And they fucking roared, and it scared the shit out of me. Am I taking friendlies right now? I suppose I could take a few. Yeah.
Hi, Pickles.
What's up, T-Lex?
Not much. Hey, did you see that executive order that they just put out about attacking the accreditation of the colleges?
No. What?
Yeah, so they're attacking the accreditation of the colleges. That's a really big one right now that I think we're kind of missing. So they're going to go after the college accreditation, which is, I think there's like 3 different like privatized companies that accredit, like, it's weird. It's kind of long. I don't know enough about it, but I thought it's something that you guys should all kind of band together, look into, because it's a big one. They want to, so what they want to do is take away, so what they did back in the day with like the 1-inch mustache guy, right, is they would do pseudosciences and they would accredit their only these colleges are the ones you should be taking information from, which we know in Project 2025, right? Like on like the 8th or 9th page, they have the whole list of companies and colleges and people that worked with them. Well, one of the things they're doing now is they're discrediting the other colleges in order, that's what their goal is, to say only our science matters. Only our colleges matter, right? We all know this, but I just thought you should know that that's one that they put out there. And now we're going to have another. It's not like he's not a king. It's executive law isn't the end all be all, but it is another one of the multitudes of the buckshot to the face that they're attempting. So I thought I'd let you know about that and everybody know about that. It's kind of a big one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's terrifying.
I'm going to step down.
All right.
Have a nice night.
All right,
Thank
you
you
too.
so much for doing everything. And I saw you out there and I was so proud because I know you standing tall and you standing on business always.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, bye.
All right. Delaney, thank you so much for the subscribe. Yellow?
Hello?
What's up, dude?
Dude, it was crazy meeting you, bro. I just want to tell you I appreciate you taking time to take a picture of me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got to meet like Parker and like Dean and all them too, so it was pretty cool seeing y'all out there, bro.
Dope. Did you get a
Yeah.
picture? Did you get a picture with Parker and Dean?
Yeah, bro, I got like multiple, like, I think Parker now follows me like on TikTok too.
What? That's dope.
I'm over here like fangirling.
Yeah, say something in chat. I'll follow you too.
All right, cool. I appreciate it, bro. But yeah, I just want to tell you I appreciate you going out there, bro, and actually trying to educate people.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. It was fun, and I want to do more of it. So.
Dude, yeah. All right, cool, bro. Well, I appreciate you.
All right, man. No problem. Take it easy, dude.
You too.
Yellow?
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I thought you were taking.
Oh yeah, I'll take some
Positive,
friendlies.
like
Yeah.
yeah, some friendlies. I'm a friendly. I just got finished watching Dean's live stream earlier of him going against some people, and it's just, I think it's great what you guys are doing, and I think it's especially great that you guys, even though I'm not like, I'm saying this like I'm 60 years old, I'm 24, but like I feel like the way that you are reaching out to guys through social media and stuff like that, and almost kind of like, I don't know, I think it's giving kids and like a younger generation like better access to that kind of thing, that way that they're not just, you know, spewing out what they hear their parents say and that kind of thing. Because I was definitely one of those kids in like middle school. I would just basically repeat what my parents were talking about and then decided that I could have a brain for myself and make decisions for myself. But I guess my question is, do you think, because I heard when he went live earlier that Dean said that they rescheduled the debate with Kirk, do you think he's actually going to show up to it, Kirk? Or do you think he's going to run away again?
I think Dean has a sizable following that I think it would be a pretty bad look on Kirk if he didn't show. So I think he'll show.
You think he'll show?
Yeah.
I think I'm just amazed that people are still listening to Kirk at this point in time. The stuff that he said is absolutely insane, and I don't know how old he is, but I'm definitely sure that Dean is younger than him, and
Yeah, he's like
like
34, 32.
yeah, like this group of people who are doing this research and coming at these people with like straight hard facts, like in general, the circle is just younger than him, and it's just insane that he's making a fool of himself at the big old age of 34 years old.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I just wanted to hop in and say hi, and that I appreciate everything that you guys in that circle and kind of in the Fuck America tour have been doing, and I think it's great.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Dean already got cooked by Kirk. When did that happen? I don't know about that.
I'm sorry.
What's up, Dolphin?
Oh, that I needed that too. Just God. Just a question. I don't know if you talked about. Well, I think I've been here pretty much every single time you came on. Did you talk about the EO that he signed to basically make it so a man has to be able to sign for a woman to be able to get a credit card?
No. What?
Yes. Something to do with oh fuck. Something to do with money.
Oh, Trump executive order raises alarm over women's financial independence.
Yeah, that's it.
Calls for evaluation of all pending proceedings under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, which was first passed in 1974 and amended in 1976, prevent lenders from discriminating against women based on marital status. Also, the EO cannot change the law. It can only be done by an act of Congress. If an independent and federal agencies abide by the order, it will stall litigation protecting women from being discriminated against for credit and roll back guidance and regulations which were in place to protect women's rights.
Mm-hmm.
What is he doing, guys? The fuck is he doing?
He's having a blast hurting every single American citizen.
The EO's main target is the principle of disparate impact liability, the idea that racism, sexism, or some other form of discrimination can occur without explicit intent. The president believes that disparate impact liability is a key tool in pernicious movement that endangers the U.S. foundational principle of creating opportunity, encouraging achievement. Dude, the guy's literally going around firing people and gutting agencies and tanking the economy with literally no one hired in his team based on merit. And he's going around policing the way people do things, worried about people doing things based on their actual merit.
Yep.
Make it make fucking sense.
Mediocre white man trying to put down everybody who's smarter than him. Let me bang my chest like an ape.
Wow. Well,
yeah, I learned that in Afrikaans about a few hours ago, and I was trying to tell you, but I was like, fuck, I'll just wait until hopefully he'll call me up. I am not a Karen. Matter of fact, my name's Christina. Hi. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Don't you Karen my Christina.
Anyways, I wanted to come up, say, hey, what's up? Let you know about that EO. There's another EO that was kind of concerning too that I don't remember exactly about. That's kind of messed up that I don't remember something that would it concerned me. So, but
Of course, Trump can't do anything without executive orders because he can't fucking govern. Nobody wants to do his crazy shit.
Hi, Cookie. Yeah, well, I can say this much. Obama was correct when he said a president that tries to run a country by EO is weak.
I love that.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to let you go. My YouTube for some reason ain't working, and I'm trying to freaking go live, and it's just, I'm so disappointed.
Well, damn, let me know if I can try to help you, okay? Message me on Discord or something.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hey, Goose. Okay, see, I'm sorry, this bothers me. It is DEIA. I happen to be disabled. I really, really, really appreciate it when people use that A because, see, I know what you mean when you say DEI. Sorry. Thank you. I'm dropping. Oh, matter of fact, you drop me and I'll give you a wee.
Love you. Oh, it was premature without the weed, chat. I'm sorry.
When people use that A.
What up, Kodak?
Hey, Pickles. Love you, man. Just wanted to say thank you for everything you do, brother.
Anytime, man. Thank you. And thank you for trying to help me with my flight.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got those vouchers anytime you need them.
I might be calling you, bro. Might be calling you.
All right, man.
All right, dude. And take it easy, man.
All right.
Thank you for everything you do, bro. I got you, Joe. I got you. Chat, don't forget to follow the stream if you enjoy this content, if you enjoy debates. I do these every day. Also, I have an Amazon wish list, or it's actually called a throne. It's in my link in my bio. And this will be the one time I bring this up tonight. But there's a link tree here. And let's see. This is my wish list. And there's a few things on there. And if you guys are trying to like send me something nice, this is a thing that I just recently put up. And there's some insane things on there that are like expensive, and there's a way to crowdfund them. But these are kind of things that like the obvious things like a laptop or a new headset. I actually have a problem with this headset that I need to replace it. But those would be the only two things I would say I kind of would be asking for help on this year. So there's a way to just crowdfund them and donate just a portion if you guys are trying to help me out with those. That's one way to support me. I appreciate you guys. Do you think if I pretend to have the stance you have, people will give me shit for free? I think no matter what side of politics you're on, if you go up and advocate for it, there will be people who will follow you, and if you do it well, they will support you. I don't suggest you pretend to do anything to raise money. That's pretty horrible.
Hey.
What's up? How are you?
Good. How are you? I used to be H. Rutger. My name's Blurred Bird now. Same person.
I was about to say that. I was gonna say Rutger.
I wanted to say a really stupid idea, and I don't think you would judge it. So I just wanted to say it and see what your reaction is real quick. You know how obviously there's a big problem with money in politics, and Republicans can't do anything that the rest of us would like them to do because they're being funded by big companies and shit. What would happen, I wonder, if a donor who likes Democratic and left-leaning stuff decided to be the biggest funder of a Republican candidate, and then they were beholden to them after they got elected?
Say that one more time.
Okay, so say you're a big money donor who likes Democrat stuff, but instead you choose to fund the campaign of a Republican congressperson. You choose to be their biggest donor, and then once they get into office, they have trouble doing Republican shit because you were their biggest donor. That's probably the stupidest idea anyone's ever had, but I don't want it to sound right.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be, yeah. It's like, I'm funding your campaign, Trump, but you got to promise me to do what I say. And then once he gets in office, it's like, okay, now I'll perform Sudoku or something. I
don't know. It's the stupidest idea I've ever had. Yeah. Anyway, okay, thanks for not judging. Off down.
I like it. You got to think about, desperate times, desperate measures, chat. Somebody just made a donation on my wish list, so thank you guys so much. There's also a really cool, I don't know how to go look at this. There's a way to see who gifted. I'll look at it in a second. Is Good Trouble in here? Love you, Pickles. You deserve all the things you want. You're amazing. Ghost, I appreciate you. What's my stance on pew-pews? I have pew-pews. I think common sense gun reform is the obvious answer. You guys are paranoid, bro. I think we should close purchasing loopholes. I think we should do universal background checks. I believe that we should do more red flag laws. I think we should make the purchasing there should be a wait time for certain guns, especially ones with like high velocity, large magazine, high caliber pew-pews. I think there's all sorts of stuff that we could save lives with. I think we should do gun storage laws. I think we should incentivize people to lock their pew-pews up. The most recent school pew-pewer had access to their parents' pew-pews, and if they were locked up, maybe they wouldn't have. Insurance policies, yeah. I don't know. That would be crazy. Insurance policies would be crazy, but Vanessa with the $50 donation. Use it for whatever you want it for. Vanessa's in the damn chat, guys. Thank you so much. Do I know what the Dark Star is? Vanessa, thank you so fucking much. Guys, what is going on here? What about the EO allow physical punishment K through 12? Didn't Trump just convince all of his followers that the federal government should not be influencing our education system? And here he is influencing the absolute fuck out of our education system in the most insane ways with executive orders, meaning like it's just him. Like not things we voted on. Linda McMahon was there. Two-way twink here. I love that. I did. Internet cut out. Please let me know. Vanessa, if that's... Yes, I just got your PayPal. Thank you so much. Not the A1 sauce. Yeah, Linda, A1 sauce. Linda McMahon, A1. Thank you so much. I didn't make an account, so I don't think it'll show you, but I donated on the wish list. Ghost, thank you so much. That's what I was seeing. I couldn't find out who did it. Thank you so much. She wants me to go WWE on this kids. God. Like, I've watched Parker and Dean debate that spanking your kids is abuse enough to know how to argue that. Hello?
Hello, Pickles.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
We'll get to that. Yes, I did vote for Trump. Do I have some Trump regret? Yes. But I am one of those, and you've said this on your show before, that to fully educate yourself, you need to listen to both sides. And I completely do that. I'm going to give you the most backwards compliment. I like you the most of the people I dislike on TikTok. I think you handle yourself much better. I do not like Johnny. I think he insults intentionally just to try to win. I think you actually have the capacity to listen, learn. You debate much more elegantly. But and you don't have to answer this because some of these are personal. Do you have kids? I don't care how old you are, if you're married or what. Do you have kids?
No.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a basis of your thought process for a lot of your thoughts, beliefs, whatever you want to call them. Because I too, like most young people, I grew up in Iowa. That really doesn't matter. I went to Florida State, got super Democratic left wing in college. And then I got a lot older, had some kids. I'm 46 now. Live in Texas. That's why I didn't know you were at Texas A&M. That's actually kind of cool. Are you doing the same type of thing like Charlie Kirk does, but just from the other side?
Yeah.
Is it videoed?
Is it videoed? Yeah, some of it's videoed. Yeah.
Is it on your YouTube channel?
No. I'm waiting for them to post it on theirs. I'm going to try to make some clips out of it later. I more or less, the most I got out of it was actually broadcasting it from my stream. So I got a bunch of
so it's not
exposure
recorded
there.
anymore?
I did do one debate. It was pretty brief. I did a debate, and it's somewhere. I don't know who got it. My girlfriend sent me a copy of it, and I need to clip it up.
Gotcha. A couple things. Because I not unfortunately, I do end up watching you quite often because, like I said, to learn and be educated, you have to watch both sides. The one thing that you do that I don't like, I do think you fearmonger. I'm the one who put in the chat the other day. I said, what fear are we mongering today? You even read it out loud. It made you laugh. But, okay, the stock market's trash right now. I will agree with you on that. But why tell everyone that your friend lost $120,000? Unless he's an idiot and sold every single thing he owned, he did not lose a penny. He lost a penny on paper.
In their 401k, they came up and they did say that their 401k was down 120 grand each.
Okay.
Her and her husband.
Absolutely 100%. Did they withdraw all of it?
No, but there's 11,000 people that they retire every day. So like
yes,
every
correct.
day
yes.
that the
yes,
so yes,
I understand
those
that.
people's lives are ruined.
Yes, I work in finance. I totally get that. My personal opinion is the way that you set yourself up for that situation, and you did yell that about 10 times during that live, that your friend had lost $120,000. No, he didn't. If he withdrew his entire 401k on that day, he did. Unless he retires in the next probably 2 years, he will have not most likely broken even, if not gained some.
Maybe. Like today, if they withdrew it even today, they'd still be down. Maybe not the full 10%, but 8.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. Like I said, okay, I'll give you that. That's like saying people who have made 100,000 on Bitcoin, but they're down 20,000 this month. They didn't lose $20,000. If they bought Bitcoin at $10,000, they aren't down $20,000.
There's not too many occasions where we can look at like Bitcoin or the market and say this one person affected this.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And I would say Trump is that situation.
Like I said, I do have voter regret, if that's what you want to call it. However, I don't like the other side just as much. And you made some comment that how Kamala would have handled Russia differently. Do you understand that Russia, as a woman president, doesn't even respect her? So why do you think that she would be able to go over and discuss things with Putin, and he's going to be like, "Oh, you're right. I'll listen to this woman from America.
I don't.
Not that Trump has done anything right with Russia whatsoever.
I don't think we need Russia's respect. I think that our military force speaks for itself, and I think the integrity of a man or woman in office, showing that she's calmer in the face of this insanity, should put some seriousness behind Putin. Like, if he saw how she reacted towards like making nuclear threats towards us, and she doesn't flinch, but Trump goes crazy and schmoozes him.
I agree.
And
Yes.
you know, like
Yes.
that's another thing. Like, so that's how I think it would be different. Maybe not just the dynamic of being a misogynist, but also not being so easily manipulated, I think is important.
Okay, let's strike Trump from the ballot. If he is not even there, do you think? I think I know your answer. Do you think Kamala was a qualified candidate, or wait, do you think she was the most qualified Democratic candidate?
On paper, she's the most qualified anybody's ever presented themselves as in a first term. 27 years of experience in government, lawyer.
Do you like what she did in California?
There's nothing people can point to and say that she did something horrible. She was there. She was a DA. She was a prosecutor. She was doing all sorts of stuff there. Most of her work, I believe.
Do you like her stats as a prosecutor?
I haven't seen stats that have shown her to be a bad prosecutor.
Okay. I would tend to disagree, but that's fine. That's why I listen to you, because I disagree with a lot of things you say, but that's fine. Man, I had one other point, because not unfortunately, but I end up listening to you for like 30 minutes a day because I can listen to you at work. And now I'm going to drain or lose my train of thought. But my one thing which I started with was the fact that you don't have kids, and this would be a question I would ask you. Do you think your stance? Is there any stance that you think would change drastically if you did choose to have kids? And the reason I say that is my train of thought, pre-kids and post-kids, changed drastically from what I think, whether, I don't know if you're religious, most likely you're not, and that's fine. But whether you want to call it family or moral values versus, I don't hate DEI. I'm a white male. I am married to a black woman. We have 2 beautiful little mixed babies. So I'm not a DEI hater or anything like that. I get it. I get the bigger picture of what it is supposed to do. I do not think it's effective in its infancy, but I also watched a really interesting documentary, and of course the name's going to slip my mind right now, but it said when things like DEI are forced on people, it actually has a negative effect, because one, nobody likes to have anything forced on them, which I get. But I understand the thought process behind DEI. I think it's great, but the method in which it has happened, how do you feel about that?
I just read the abstract of a study from, I think it was Harvard, that was kind of siding with what you're saying. So it listed a lot of the problems with the way people have implemented DEI and how some of those are not effective and ways to improve them. I would agree with there being room for criticism in which the ways we implement DEI. I would agree with that. But I definitely wouldn't say we should just do away with all of it. I think I agree with you. Like the infancy in the ways that we brought it, the ways it came to be. Yeah, there's room for criticism there.
I think it goes along, and I kind of agree with this, is I'm in financial management, and one thing I have been told throughout my career is that my information can be amazing, but my delivery can be terrible. And I think, I'm told I'm too abrasive, I'm too honest, which is funny because you think people would want to be honest when you're speaking about finances. But I guess a lot of people like to be coddled. And I think that to me is, I think, how people feel about DEI. The message is probably good, but the delivery method at which people are having to it's being kind of shoved down people's throat, for lack of a better word, I think is in the short term having a very negative effect on DEI because people are not wanting it forced down their throat. They want it to happen naturally. They want it to happen over time instead of, they say the same thing happened with affirmative action. In the infancy, it had a very negative effect because then every person who was not of a minority or of a female felt that it was the world against them, which I think, and believe me, I am not a victim, don't feel bad for me at all, but I think there are a lot of white males who feel they're being attacked right now, and I think those are the ones who are loudest. I'll say that. I think white males are probably the loudest proponents. No, not proponents. That would be support against DEI. And so I think that's one thing that I wish that could come out in a much nicer version to where people were accepting it and could see the long-term good in it. But
yeah, and I'm sorry, I apologize to my chat that I haven't been using the full DEIA. I'm sorry. So yeah, if we can just say DEIA. But yeah, I honestly think
what was the A? I just heard her say it. What was the A?
Accessibility.
Because she said she's disabled. She said she's disabled, but what is that A?
Accessibility.
Oh, accessibility.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, see, I'm not going to be one of those who's like, fuck that. I'm not going to say that. Like, I don't care, whatever, And it's the whole. I jumped on here. It kind of surprised me you were having the trans conversation. Like, I don't care about it enough to argue, and so I just had some time right now before I put my kids to bed. I was like, I never talk to Pickle, but I do I drop a lot of stuff in your chat, sometimes negative, sometimes positive. But this is my last question, and I'll leave you with this.
Uh-huh.
And I know you've discussed it in brief. If your tour is literally called Unfuck America, why don't you leave?
Because our country, if we do consider our country to be fucked, it would be more patriotic to stay here and unfuck it.
Gotcha. And your hat just moved from behind the Trump sucks flag. I thought your tour was called Fuck America.
No,
I did not realize your tour is called Unfuck America. Gotcha. I missed that.
Very good.
Okay, wait. I do have one last thing. Why can you say fuck on your show, but people can't say slurs?
Because slurs are harmful to marginalized communities.
Yeah, like society starts to have actual problems when you use slurs, but I think that curse words are, I don't know, silly in my opinion. But
okay, no, that's fair.
I just wanted to point out, like DEIA, you asked about the A in there. It's accessibility. We understand that these laws, policies, and procedures have to be set up after the Civil Rights Act, because people were being mistreated within the workplace and in public places. Right. That's literally why DEIA exists.
Gotcha.
Okay.
But if you're going back to this Civil Rights Act, you're talking about a 40-year window
between what?
Didn't you just say the Civil Rights Act?
Yes, that's when DEIA initiatives were also established.
Okay, I'm 46. I had never heard of DEI until 3 years ago. Was it called something else?
No, it's always been DEIA. Always. They drop off the A, especially in, like, after the 1980s. It got removed. But yeah, it's always been DEIA since the Civil Rights Acts.
I actually just saw that. Yeah, one of the things Trump just did to attack the DEIA version of things against financial institutions, it listed the part of the Civil Rights Act that did it, and it was, I think it actually just said DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion.
Yeah, you never heard about it because it never affected you. This was literally put in place to protect marginalized communities, and I'm just guessing, but you're not part of a marginalized community, correct?
No, I'm a white male. I said that.
Right. So,
I've also been in corporate. I've been in corporate America for the last 20 years of my life, and I've I've heard of affirmative action. I have heard of. I have never heard of actual DEI until about 3 years ago.
Because it doesn't affect you, my guy. So you don't need to pay attention.
I still have to take every single computer-based training that addresses every single issue that you guys talk about once a year, if not once a quarter. Like, I mean, I still, it's corporate America. You have to do those things. There has not been one called DEI in the last 20 years.
They might not have called it that within your department or within your company, but it's always been diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
It's a broad term that is not defined in Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, but it's in there.
Okay, there you go.
And I think it's interesting that your
But
whole
like
argument.
I said,
Okay,
but like I said,
think
my wife.
okay.
I'm married to a black woman.
Ooh,
who works in HR
okay.
actually. No, who actually works in HR. And
that doesn't give you any credit to this conversation. You understand that?
I wasn't looking for credit. I was saying the thought that I might have heard about it. She actually works in HR for the government.
Okay. I don't understand.
She works for one of the acronyms.
Cool, but that doesn't mean just because you haven't heard about it, just one, that shows you're very privileged because you've never had to experience anything that involves DEIA. But two,
why do I have to be
it doesn't
privileged?
mean it
Why
doesn't
can't I just
exist,
work hard?
though.
Why can't I just work hard? I'm a farm kid
you're
from Iowa.
privileged because you don't understand privilege.
'cause I work
Privilege
hard?
is just the obstacle. I'm going to say this again, and I hope you don't interrupt me for the third time. Privilege is just the obstacles that you don't experience. You don't have obstacles that you experience because you're not in a wheelchair. If you were in a wheelchair,
Correct.
you would
Okay,
understand
yes,
there's
sure.
obstacles everywhere in this world. The counters are
Correct.
too high. There's curbs everywhere. There's speed bumps
Yes.
everywhere. These are the obstacles that you don't see because you are privileged. You're not in a wheelchair. And it's the same thing for people of color. It's the same thing for women. It's the same thing for LGBTQ. You don't see these obstacles because you have the privilege not to experience them. It's not a bad thing. It's just something that you don't acknowledge, you don't see because it doesn't affect
Okay,
you.
I will take that. I'm sorry. I thought you were taking it as that it's a bad thing that I am privileged because I thank the Lord I am not disabled. No, I am an able-bodied person.
Yeah.
You know,
So
I-
when you
I-
say
to me, you said it as an insult.
when you say the reason why DEIA is being attacked so hard is because it marginalizes and attacks white people, what I hear you say is we can't give rights to marginalized communities because the white guys don't agree with it. That's what I hear you saying.
No, I said that's fine. I did not. I said that I think the group of people that get most defensive because they feel that they are being attacked is the white male because DEI protects everyone except them.
No,
whether they feel that way or not. But I also hate
it
victim
protects men
mentality.
too. It protects white men as well.
But I also hate victim mentality, and that is one thing. If you know, and I know people hate, suck it up, work harder, but that's the lifestyle I've led my entire life, and I do not care for victims. If you have reasons that
I don't know
have
what that
held
means.
you,
Why are you going there?
No, I'm just saying because I this is one reason I keep listening to Pickles because all of TikTok is now about the Carmelo Anthony and the stabbing in Frisco, which is all over TikTok, and I look for anything other than that. And that's one of the things that quickly always comes up, and I'll listen to those every once in a while, where they're just, who's the victim, which one's the victim, but no one wants to be held accountable for the actions that were taken, and it's just victim blaming. I have been in management a long time, and the people who don't think work is fair, it's not their fault, are always the lowest performers who can't meet standards. But then once you try to hold them accountable, because people do not like accountability, then they become the victim. And that's just...
What are we talking about here? DEIA still?
Yeah.
Oh. What? So somebody who's not performing well at work, why does that have anything to do with DEIA? That's just somebody who's lazy at work. We've all known somebody who's lazy at work. They're not covered by
Correct.
DEIA, are they?
I'm saying if they were hired or not, if they were hired because of it, if called a DEI hire, or if they were not hired and then they become a victim, and then they become a victim.
You're saying black people are lazy at work, Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
that's what I said. Yeah, I said that about my
Okay,
wife.
yeah.
That's exactly what I said.
That's
Now you
because
sound
that's
like
what it's.
now you sound like Johnny. Now you
Yeah,
sound
well,
like
that's
Johnny.
what it sounds like. You're saying that they're DEI hires and they're not performing accurately at work. Isn't that what you said? I'm just clarifying.
Pickles has said it many times. If Trump was not the most, if he was not the best candidate, he has called Trump a DEI hire, which he may
Okay,
be.
so what you're saying is DEI hires don't perform at work, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, then
See,
can you
now
clarify
now
what
you're
you
now
said?
you're now you're
That's,
acting
no, that's what I
exactly like
heard you
Johnny.
say. I want you to clarify.
And who are you? Who are you? I was talking to Pickles.
My name's Tic Tac. I want you to clarify what you were saying, though. You said people were being hired at work, DEI hires, and they weren't performing up to your expectations. That's what I heard you say.
I'm saying if someone was hired not based on their ability to do the job, but based on if they were D, E, I, or A.
Okay. So somebody was hired not based on merit, but because they were DEIA and?
And if they are a low performer, I would rather deal with the person who is hired on merit. I guess I'm not against DEIA. I'm like, don't twist or spin my words.
DEIA isn't a merit-based program. Doesn't have anything to do with merit. You understand that, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Works.
I would rather just have people hired and fired based on the work they do and the ability to perform the job at hand.
Okay. I don't that has nothing to do with DEIA. Your wife does this for a living, right?
Yeah.
I think what you're talking about is affirmative action.
Yeah, I know.
Why do they call DEIA the second generation of affirmative action then? Like I said, this is literally all new to me. And I've been in corporate America for 20 years, 25 years, 22.
So when the Civil Rights Acts happened in 1950s, 60s, and 70s, the final one was pushed in 1974. People of color, people with disabilities, women, people in the LGBTQ community, there was laws put in place saying that not only did you have to give people in marginalized communities chances within employment, but you also have to allow them within your employment, right? Like if you have a business that's open up to the public, you have to make it accessible to everybody within the public. These are laws that went along with the civil rights because Jim Crow was a thing.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
now that we have people of color and people with disabilities and women applying for jobs, we had institutions, corporations, companies, just to get around the laws, they just wouldn't put the job out there into the public. So that way they were hiring within their own friend groups and the people that they knew. So what affirmative action did said, hey, you can't just hire within your friend groups. You have to actually make these to the public. And that's where affirmative action comes in. Right? All it says, have you ever been at a company and they said, hey, we have to put this out into the public. We can't just hire from the inside. So they have to go through a round of interviews to get a bunch of people in, and then they end up hiring from the inside. And that is affirmative action. They're just saying you have to make this accessible to everybody in the community. That's affirmative action. Let's get people hired.
Whether who they hire or not, they could hire internally 100% of the time, but as long as they make it available, basically do the three-ring circus, do what they're told they have to do. They check all the boxes. They check all the boxes that said they did the process that they were told or instructed to do, but their final decision is still yes.
Yep,
90% of hires in corporate America are internal, unless you're at the entry-level position. Yes, 100%.
And that's where affirmative action comes in. And then we have DEI, because once people are within the employment, we have to treat them as equal, right? Like we can't still use the N-word. We can't slap the secretary on the butt anymore. Like these things are unacceptable. So that's where DEIA comes in.
Okay, with women now being more educated than men, statistically, I think that's accurate. And statistically, coming out of college, they make more money than men. Why are women still a marginalized group of people?
because they still have laws, policies, and procedures that are enacted against
No,
them.
I'm asking you. I'm asking
and
you.
they
I'm
don't
not
have
saying
they
policies
don't
and
have
procedures.
and they don't have the power.
Yeah, I would just say that they're still misproportionately they're not like, for
Represented.
instance, that we haven't had a female president. They're also, I don't think we have equal representation in either like Chamber of Congress. Same thing with CEOs. We don't have as many CEOs. There's still a lot of work to be done where we can see that there's discrimination.
But
in place.
hypothetically, based on education and income, that should be changing, correct, in the next 20 to 30 to 50 years.
Possibly, like I
Yeah,
feel like
no,
we're
that's
seeing
not-
it the start to change the tide, but I don't think we should stop our efforts now.
No.
I honestly don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think it. Like that's like saying, hey, because Angela Merkel was the prime minister of Germany, does that mean misogyny doesn't exist in Germany anymore?
I spent the last 2 years in Germany. Germany is not the greatest place that everybody thinks it is.
Right. Well, they had a female prime minister, so
Yes.
clearly misogyny doesn't exist there anymore, right?
Right. Exactly. I
Right.
get what you're saying.
Right.
Yes.
So society still marginalizes women in this country, at least. Right.
That would be like saying Obama is president, so the United States isn't racist anymore.
Exactly.
Like, I get that. I get that too. Yes.
Exactly. So just because women have achieved education in this country doesn't mean that it's because of the laws put in place. It's literally in spite of the laws that have been put in place.
Okay. See, look, I learned something today. That's why I listen to Pickle. But guys, it has been fun. But I got to go put my kids to bed. I said I had like 10 minutes. So
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Pickle.
No. You said you listened to Pickle. I was the one doing talking, though.
Yeah.
I don't know who you are, but thank you. Tic Tac? Thank you, Tic Tac. That was a good conversation. Like I said, I will never come on here and yell at Pickle, but I do like to discuss things with Pickle. So I'm too old to yell at people. It doesn't do any good.
I yell at Pickle.
You're good. Well, you're welcome back anytime, Broman.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right.
All right, man. Be safe. All right, man. So that was just like the DEIA was going nowhere, and I just wanted to clarify some things. Like this DEIA is being attacked to such a degree right now. We got to speak out about it. Like, did you hear about the executive order that he just came out with?
The one that was gonna fuck up
Yesterday?
women's ability with credit.
No. The one with he just came out. Let me look it up. He just came out with one yesterday.
He's got so many.
I know.
The one that took away this freedom, or with that freedom, or attacked
No,
this
it's a
educational
It's a direct
institution?
attack on DEIA.
Yeah.
Hi, it's me again.
Hello.
I wanted to pop in while he was still here because the way that he was talking about DEIA was pissing me off as somebody who is protected under it currently while we
Thank
still
you.
have
Me
it.
too. I was getting kind of.
Because especially too, it's harder for me because I have an invisible disability. I have POTS, and so it's not something that you can see like on my person, and so it's even harder to navigate things like the workplace. And also the thing that he was saying about, oh, I've been in corporate America for like 20 plus years and I didn't hear about it until 3 years ago. And he was talking about the training he was doing too, and I was like, literally every training that he did that had to deal with race, sexism, the cartoony like 80s videos of the guy in the wheelchair getting picked on, like those are all DEIA. They're just not under that specific name. So he was exposed to it, but like the people in the comments were saying, like it wasn't a problem for him until it was brought up in the media that he was paying attention to and he was watching it, and people were saying how bad of a thing it was. Like it was insane. And also just like too the people in the comments who kept getting on to him about it, and I kind of wanted to bring it up to him just so like I didn't know if he knew he was doing it, if it was only like a subconscious thing of tokenizing his wife and family, like saying, well, my black wife and my mixed children, as if they were like a shield to protect him from having wrong opinions. So that whole conversation was just, it irks me. So I wanted to get on there like while he was still there and like talk to him as somebody who, you know, who is somebody who is gay and who does have a disability and is protected under those, and why it would suck so much for us to get rid of them, because it is something that you know, keeps me running and keeps me a functioning gear in the cog of our economy. So, anyways, that's why I wanted to hop back on.
Well, thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
sharing that.
thank you. Thank you, Tic Tac. You did a very good job at explaining it. So, I'll hop back
Well,
off.
thanks.
Actually,
Actually,
the bee's knees.
I went on a pretty deep dive on studying this stuff recently because I knew it's going to be debated. So, if you guys get a chance, look up the Capitol Crawl. There's a great documentary on it. It's called The Capitol Crawl. It talks about how people in wheelchairs fought. It was very similar to the Million Man March. They literally, because the Capitol building did not have wheelchair accessibility to get into the building. So it was about 250,000 people showed up. They threw themselves on the concrete and crawled up the steps just to prove a point, just to show, hey, this is what we have to go through just to gain access to a public house.
Wow.
So yeah, it's good stuff. Anyway, I'll drop out, man. Have a good night again.
You too, bub.
Be safe, bud.
Thanks. Oh, I just kicked Lisa, not Tic Tac. I'm sorry, Lisa. Guys, I might be getting off soon. I think I'm gonna get off. Tomorrow's Friday, guys. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I don't know what the EO is now. Tomorrow is Friday, guys. Yeah, Tic Tac always... He knows things backwards and forwards. That's what I like about TikTok. Tic Tac. Mr. Wells says Charlie's better. Dog, you're not even spelling it right. Smannon says, Pickles, thanks for what you do. Thank you so much. Chat, thank y'all for the love. Thank you for all of it. Thanks for making me feel just like a complete badass sometimes. Did my Cash App go through? I will look right now. I hope it did. I'm so sorry if I missed it. Vicky, thank you so much. Thank you for the $20. If I missed that, thank you so much. Was that you? All the love, Charlie King. Guys, I love you. Let's Pickles, what on your wish list do you want the most? I mean, I really want a laptop, but that's very expensive. I think probably a headset. Probably the headset is the second most important item there, which isn't crazy. But yeah, if you guys want to donate to that, that would be awesome. That is probably the next thing I'm going to get. If you guys ever see me doing it, anytime I tap this headset, they turn off. And then I have to like take the battery out and I have to like jiggle it and then shut it and turn it back on. And then if it doesn't work, I have to open it and do the same thing. It's time for a new headset. It's just, yeah, it's time. So, but where's the link to my wish list? It's right here, guys. Here's my link tree. And right here is my wish list, guys. If you guys are trying to help me out, this is what I'm doing. I have an insane laptop. If you buy it in one purchase, you're insane. But there's a way to like crowdfund it. So you know, put $10 towards it or something. And yeah, today we got some funding towards the headphones, which is awesome. And I think we also got crowdfunding towards the MacBook. So thank you guys. Something just disappeared off of it. That makes me worry. Someone just bought me something, guys. I will destroy you. Thank you so much, whoever just bought something. All right, guys. First of all, who just did that? And second of all, who are we rating? Who is live right now? Let me look on my other phone. Have you guys heard about the scientists discovering a new color? It sounds so weird. Parker's live. Parker, get a real job. Goose is on there with Parker? All right, guys, go give Parker some love. Go tell him Pickle sent you. It's like a green. It's a green, I think, indigo of sorts. Chat, I love yous. I love yous. Going to Parker now. Guys, go give Parker the biggest raid ever, guys. Give him a big hot pickle injection. Bree, guys, the one that donated. Thank you so much, Bree. I love y'all. I hope you guys have a great night. Go on, get out of here, chat. Go on, get.